Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Order in the house. We're about to go into our next session. Kindly settle in and take your seats. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, in this room, we have the Effective Development Cooperation in Fragile Context session. This is a breakaway session taking place in this room. In the next room, the Trusteeship Council chamber, we have the South-South Cooperation Effectiveness discussion. So if that is the discussion you want to engage in, that is happening in the Trusteeship Council chamber. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we begin. And at this point, I'm very happy to hand over to Gary Milante, who is the Director of Studies, Peace and Development at CIPRI. Over to you, Gary. Thank you.
Microphone.
And hello? Yes. We need assistance with translation on the two of the headsets to French, please. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you for joining us this afternoon and joining this conversation about partnerships. As you can tell from the program, I am not Sarah CLIFFE. My name is Gary Milante. I'm the Director of Studies for Peace and Development at CIPRI, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. I worked with Sarah on the World Development Report 2011, and yesterday when an emergency came up, she asked if I could fill in for her as a moderator of this interesting session on partnerships. And we have come a long way since 2011, so I'm very excited to have this conversation today. I'm not going to spend much more time on introduction, including on our panelists. I'll just introduce them all briefly right now so you know who it is that's speaking, and then we will go straight into some discussion. And we will go for a couple rounds of questions up here, and then there will be time for question and answer from those in the room. So we very much look forward to having you queue up short and precise questions about the topic of partnership and how we can all do partnership better. Briefly, I will not go into long CVs or resumes, but to say that Ms. Zongo Alamatu is joining us. She's the Director of Coordination and Effectiveness of Public Development Aid from the Ministry of Economy, Finance and Development in Burkina Faso. Mr. Bienvenu Kovingbo is the Director of Multilateral Cooperation. He's the National SDG Focal Point, and he's in the Ministry of Economy, Planning and International Cooperation in the Central African Republic. Mr. Diakalia OUATTARA is the Forum National sur la Dette et la... I'm not going to pronounce it well. I should just say, briefly, that we have a highly francophone panel, and I don't speak French. This is a last minute again. But I do speak economics, and I do speak development, so I hope that some of those translate. But Mr. OUATTARA is from the Côte d'Ivoire, and he's also on the civil society platform. He's also the focal point for the civil society platform for Peacebuilding. Mr. Tomoyuki KIMURA is the Director General of Strategy, Policy, and Partnerships at Asian Development Bank. And we have at the end of the panel here, Mr. Eloi KOUZOUNDJI. He's the President of a civil society group in Central African Republic that works on democratic development and economic and social development. So my first question to the panel, and thank you all for joining us. Our first question to the panel is, can you please just give us a brief reflection on what partnership looks like in your particular country context? And we start with two partner countries here, and then some civil society reflection and a donor reflection. But we'll give you each just a couple of minutes to start us and explain to us what partnership looks like in your country context.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Modérateur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Here you go. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to be part of this panel. To answer your question, I should say that the Burkina Faso is is a developing country and is a fragile country, as many other countries, and we've become part of the Business Principle, and we are implementing a national plan for economic development cooperation, which is still being implemented, and this plan has been assessed and recently, and what has been reported after this assessment is that fundamentally in the area of ownership, in the terms of the principles, we are in our country. We managed to elaborate our policies and strategy based on the priorities of the country, really. And these policies and strategies are elaborated in an inclusive way with the participation of all the actors, civil society, technical and financial partners, the private sector. All these stakeholders are participating in the development of all these policies and strategies, that the good practice. And I should mention that in the context of the global partnership, the priority has been given on strengthening capacities so as to, in particular, have a better availability of reliable data and statistics, and through a number of indicators that allow us to make a number of decisions, that allow us to implement policies and strategies in this area. I should also mention that, still in the context of the global partnership, we have what we call dynamization of the state of conservation, and that was strengthened. So regularly we have discussions between the financial and technical partners of the government, and also a discussion framework between them and the financial ministry, and we have all the partners that are discussing in the side of a triangular setup, so that we have a good debate on all the issues that have to do with all that is related to EDC. At the level of country, or as well, we have a sort of level of empowerment of women that is really a priority through a number of projects and programs that are being implemented, to foster empowerment. And we have also a national policy that has been drafted and implemented that allows us to work very hard on the issue of gender equality. So that we have a number of good practices that have been developed and implemented, and that have been, and that have been noticed, in the context of the implementation of the partnership that is issued, the global partnership.
I think we'll ask a little bit more detail on what the partnership, the consultation process looks like with civil society and the private sector. So that'll be the next round when we come back for the next question. But just to give you a warning that that's a question coming up. Mr. Kouvoumbou, could you please tell us a little bit about your experience in the Central African Republic?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm honored to be part of this panel. Thank you also to the organizers of this event, of this meeting. To answer very quickly your question, I would say that, as you know, I'm from the Central African Republic, and many of you who know my country, we've been through a very serious military crisis, and since 2016, after the elections, we've managed to get out of this crisis, and with the support of our partners. So we have returned to a constitutional legality and the rule of law, and also we've went through a specific experience because we had a very good success with the partnership. And the international community indeed has supported us sufficiently. The government and all the stakeholders, involved stakeholders, have supported the government that managed to draft a national plan for reestablishing the peace, and the partners support the government for the mobilization and the alignment the actions based on the priorities of the government, which are, accompanied by the, supported by a great forum that was organized about reconciliation and equality in the country in the context of a follow-up on this peace and consultation plan for peace. And we have a constant dialogue now process that is constantly going on at the political level and at the technical level. At the technical level, all of the actors, I'm not going to go through all of them, private sector, there's civil societies, other partners, the youth, the young, and everybody is involved, and they contribute on a regular basis and try to work on all the sectoral strategic issues, talk about all the priorities for each actor so that there are no one is left behind. At the political level, we also the partners and the government do a follow-up work, to see what progress are being made, and they try to eliminate, any obstacles, any hurdles, so that we can accomplish and realize the goals that have been assigned in the context of this plan. And on the July 17, we're going to present a national report for the very first time, and I invite all the participants here in this auditorium to be part of it. So you see, in the context of the drafting of this report, all these stakeholders were associated, were involved in the process. So that's a new paradigm that we're building. We talk about partnership, we're talking about collaboration, access based on trust. So what we can say, what can tell you in conclusion in relation to this partnership is that the trust is a matter of time. It is something you have to build over time between the government and the population and the people and on the ground.
So many things I want to follow up on there, but I think on the next round when I come back to you, Bienvenue, first of all, maybe you could give us a sneak preview of a couple of things that will be coming out of the national report that you're releasing. And also, or if you prefer, could you also tell us a little something about how SDGs are related to national planning, since you're also the SDG focal point, and since we happen to be here during HLPF too. So we'll come back to you in a minute. And Diakalia, OUATTARA, you're now coming from the civil society perspective for Côte d'Ivoire. Can you tell us what that looks like and what partnerships and global partnerships and the implementation of that looks like in Côte d'Ivoire?
Thank you. Thank you. Concretely, you have to know that Côte d'Ivoire is a stakeholder in the GPEDC and is also, part of the Agenda 2030 as well as the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. So the implementation of this instrument, the international instrument, has allowed Côte d'Ivoire to represent itself as a country that is important at the international stage. And in addition to that, we are facing a number of challenges that are related to social issues, security issues, and therefore civil society, which is not in margin in this process, work in a good state of mind, with the government and the authorities. I would like to mention three examples. First, at the level of the peace consultation for peace and the strengthening of the state, there's a tripartite, with the ministry plan in a system of the United Nations and civil society that system, sits down regularly to take stock of the situation and to see how peace is progressing and strengthening, and the reconciliation is moving forward. And that's very innovating and very strong framework that allows all the stakeholders to sit down without taboo and without reticence. The second example, I would like to talk about the New Deal in relation to the fragile state, knowing the issues of emergence of the country. This was a taboo issue, but now that we have a non-governmental diplomacy that is really well orchestrated and implemented by civil society and well thought out, we managed to put around the table the Ministry of Planning, the Ministry of the Finance, UNDP, and civil society in a very informal framework that has allowed to move forward in a number of issues. And I was very happy the director of Madame the Minister of Planning, chairing the launching of the New Deal implementation, and therefore through the civil society we were able to move forward, and we were able to move forward with a number of issues that were considered taboo up to now, but that we've opened to the public. Third example that I would like to go back to is the review by the peer, which is that African mechanism. It's part of the African Union. It comes from the African Union that allows to the peer, the chairs, to assess the level of governance of Côte d'Ivoire. And it was in 2015. And every 3 years you have to publish a report, which is an assessment that was done in February. And what you have to remember is that inside this mechanism, there's a civil society which is represented through youth organization, the trade unions, women organization, are represented, and through all the coordination effort on all the territory, we've been able to be at the heart of this mechanism, and the assessment report was appreciated, and it was and when it was presented by the head of state in February, but during the summit of the African Union, there were a number of deficiencies, but the head of state, decided that the government was committed to issue a government's plan, and it's being implemented, and now we have all the stakeholders that are gathering and talk about this. So to summarize what I said, at home we don't have this issue of interactivity or interaction between the actors of the civil societies on the one hand, and or between the civil societies and the government, and the society and the development partner, and we have that, and therefore, and also the area where we need to do a bit more work is the relationship between civil society and the local government, that we don't do enough in this area. But to summarize that, I can tell you that civil society is at the heart of public society, public policies drafting, and we can move forward, and we've been able to move forward in these various important issues and areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When we come back to you in a moment, I would very much like to follow up a little bit on this relationship that's been built between the Ministry of Finance, UNDP, and civil society. That's an example of partnership, but could you elaborate when we come back in a moment just how long that's been going on, how many years it took to get it to the stage now where you trust it as an institution? And I think a follow-up note is that both you and Bienvenue have talked about trust, and trust being built in these partnerships. And so that kind of honesty, to be able to have a report out that says there's deficiencies, some of these things just hasn't worked, but then to be able to put yourself in the space so that everyone can work together to do better in the future, that's a lot. It's a signal that trust is being built there. So we'd like to learn more about that, I think. Now we're going to turn to Mr. KIMURA. And we've given you a challenge because you're both representing the Asia Development Bank and thinking about this from the perspective of a donor, but you've also been channeled with representing Afghanistan, who couldn't make it here because of visa issues. So it's another challenge in really having the people that are working on and working with these challenges, trying to have them be involved in these conversations. So Mr. KIMURA, we'll give you a couple extra minutes, but could you also tell us a little bit about partnership from the Asia Development Bank perspective, but also some preliminary thoughts on Afghanistan that you were asked to represent here?
Okay, thanks, Gary. Let me start by stressing the importance Asian Development Bank put on our work in Afghanistan. We have been a partner of Afghanistan for many years. And we are one of the largest development partners, particularly focusing on the infrastructure development. And since 2002, we have provided about $5.2 billion in assistance, and currently about 30 projects are active on the ground, ranging from infrastructure to agriculture and natural resource management. So Afghanistan presents development challenges that we experience in working in the fragile and conflict-affected situations. And our project actually have faced serious delays and implementation challenge, particularly due to three main factors: insecurity, and poor performance of contractors, and the lack of project readiness. So our approach to address this issue in Afghanistan is actually very much a good news story. Back in 2015, we were experiencing serious deterioration of our portfolio due to these three main factors. So we worked with the government, and we developed something we call the Enhanced Project Delivery Approach. We call it EPDA. So this EPDA included, first of all, the analysis of the problems, and also a number of studies, including some security studies on how to better manage the project security issues. And also, currently, we're undertaking some bottleneck study to identify the challenges, particularly at the implementation stage. So let me highlight three concrete approaches we strengthened under this EPDA. So first of all, it's about procurement. So the way we approach the procurement, including some of our policy requirements, were making it difficult for Afghan local contractors to participate in our project. So under this EPDA, we allowed the more national and local bidders to participate in our project, particularly by relaxing some contractual packaging design and also some financial requirement. Also, we enable the potential bidders to visit the project site. This is actually very important because they got some idea about the reality of the ground, and then they can properly design their proposal. And we also provided the technical support to the project management office of the government, even as well as the local contractor to improve their contract management capacities. And second issue, since our staff could not visit some projects sites due to the security restrictions, we actually recruited, with some support from other development partners, a third-party monitoring firm to monitor a particularly delayed project. This has allowed us to quickly turn around the problem project. And lastly, through our fragile and conflict-affected situation approach, we are focusing on the linkage between projects and the communities through what we call the project social contract. So this is the agreement between project and the communities to clearly set out the obligations they are prepared to commit to each other. And actually this helps to increase the community's ownership and address dispute, and of course generate a closer relationship between community and the states, and also support in the security of project sites, and also ensure appropriate exit strategy. So with this, since 2015, our project performance has substantially improved. It's really a win-win-win situation, because the most importantly, because of this now, the people in the government of Afghanistan are actually getting real development results that they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. When I come back to you, Mr. KIMURA, we'll ask you then about prioritization with the government. So what have we been learning about working with the government of Afghanistan, with political cycles, with changes, and then how you've been adaptive in that environment? And maybe if you also want to reflect a little bit on that trust issue that's now come up a couple times, and how partnership is working in that environment, that would be great. So now we turn to Mr. KOUZOUNDJI. He's going to talk to us about Central African Republic, and so we have an interesting case where we both have somebody from the ministry here and somebody from civil society from Central African Republic, and we look forward to getting your perspective as well, and look forward to hearing about what partnership looks like in Central African Republic from your perspective. Mr. KOUZOUNDJI.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to have honored us and enabled us to participate in this panel. I do not want to repeat what was said before, but I would like to stress the situation of Central African Republic so that people could know what we went through and where we are now. It is a country that is in the center of Africa. That's why it is called Central African Republic. And starting in 2012, there was a civil war, the worst in the history of our country. And in such conflicts, such wars, it is mostly women, young people who suffer. And in this context, paradoxically, this will have boosted the partnership in which civil society was involved. And I want to mention two specific points. Since the civil war destroyed the foundations of the country, it was necessary to rebuild everything. And so starting at that point, it was necessary for a new government, we needed a new constitution. And as you know, there is such a conflict, there is a state, the government on one side, and armed groups which occupied parts of the territory and are considered enemies, and civil society is in between. And both the government and the armed groups are appealing to the civil society to help them, because everybody wants to be able to be recognized by the majority of the population to allow elections. So we had to rewrite the constitution, and we would really need to know what the local population thought and wanted and expected. And this is at that time that the civil society went against both the government and the armed group. What the population expressed its their desires so that they could be included in a new constitution. There was a forum that took place, and there were some provisions that were reached, and we had to apply them. So we went to various groups, various places in the country, including where there were armed groups, but they accepted the discussion and accepted the consultation with the local population. So we went back to the government to explain what the population needed. And then after the draft of the constitution was adopted, we went back to the local population to explain what is new compared to the old constitution. We wanted to have a vote from the entire population. And the people voted for the constitution. And in 2016, a new government was elected. And then the parliament and the president were accepted by the population as a whole. There was no major challenge, unlike some other countries, what happened in some countries. But when the government was installed, the civil society was at the heart of the cooperation. And people trusted this organizations from the civil societies to work with the government and show the perspective of the local population at the grassroots, because this is at the level where we work. And so in the development plan that was mentioned earlier, civil society worked with foreign partners, the PNUD, the UNDP, the UN mission working with the Central African Republic, so that we could try to insert the desires of the population in this plan. And this was done. And I think if we didn't take into account everything that the population wanted, as a whole, we took into account most of what the population needed, wanted, but we went even beyond that, because this cooperation was very fruitful, and we are now in a formal framework, or working in a formal framework defined by the planning ministry, which is a steering committee to implement basically the plan. And we drew up a report on the situation in our country. We surveyed the situation, and soon there will be another report. The minister mentioned it. Please.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I want to have another round for questions and still have time to do question and answer. And I'll come back to you in a moment, because the report that you're describing and the challenges that you're describing are about trying to bring all of the many things that need to be done with development, having to choose a few of those things to do now and identify priorities, and then sequencing. And that's part of the trust building as well. So I hope we can come back to you in a moment. But now we'll start again at this end. Madam Aldamato, if you could please go back to the question about what exactly the partnership with civil society and the private sector looks like in Burkina Faso. And if you'd like, you can also reflect upon what other people have said and what elements you see happening in Burkina Faso as well.
Thank you. I wanted to say that regarding the involvement of the private sector, a few years ago, the government reviewed the constitutional framework in order to enable a greater involvement of the private sector to work hand in hand with the government. And this was, the structure was created, the private-public partnership platform, and we decided to install a number of tools to enable the participation, an increased participation of the private sector to development. And about a year ago, a PPP program was adopted, a strategy and a law were then adopted and voted, and it is being implemented. So every year there's a new PPP program that is adopted with all the stakeholders, including the civil society organizations. And this program is implemented on a constant basis, and it is revisited every year to enable the private sectors to be involved in a more fruitful manner. So they are a major scale project for building infrastructure and other projects like about solar energy and other, which can be very interesting for the private sector. So I want to say regarding the civil society, there is a consultation framework between the government and civil society, and there's an annual meeting. Annual development issues are being discussed, and this meeting is usually chaired by the president of the country, and the bottlenecks are identified. And because if they are slowing down the development process, then changes are made and adjustments are made. And the government is really encouraging this cooperation with the civil society and private sector to help ensure their involvement.
So I think there's examples there. You're responding to the private sector, particular sectors. You're responding to the particular challenges, and you're going through and looking at the bottlenecks. All of those are examples of how we're all tailoring our approaches within fragile situations. You know, so the challenges in Burkina Faso are very, very specific, and you know from the context you've been working in exactly how you need to work through that with all of the stakeholders that are involved. And so there we see one example. So we don't have enough time, obviously, to go into all of the detail that we would like to go into. But it's a very, what I'm trying to draw out from each of these cases is the example of how a tailored approach is being used to craft a partnership here. We're here in Manhattan, and right over the river there's Brooklyn. And Brooklyn is known for bespoke, tailored responses to things. We are going to build something that's exactly what you want because we listen to you. But that's what we're talking about when we're working in fragile situations. We want bespoke. We want tailored responses to the specific challenges, working together with a whole bunch of stakeholders. And so that's why I wanted to focus next, Bienvenue, on maybe a couple of examples that are coming out of the national report, if you can give us a little teaser. But also if you want to talk about trust and how trust is being built in that environment.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I like this question. When you talk about trust, I think this is something that everybody in the entire world should think about it. But unfortunately, we do not have a tool that enables us to measure trust on a global level. At the level of the Central African Republic, I talked about confidence or trust. We have our peacebuilding plan to recreate the social contract between the government and the population. And we have made some progress, and I will give you a specific example. the Central Republic Africa is a member of the G7 plus group about with countries in fragile situation, and we had a very an event that was very moving in our cooperation between fragile states. If you knew Bangui, our capital city, the population there was about 28,000 people who left the city to find refuge in the airport. And within a framework of this cooperation between a fragile government, we discussed with the government of Timor-Leste, we created a committee of representatives of UNICAF and the G7+, and the social civil society went to Bangui, discussed with the government. And I want you to appreciate His Excellency, the former president of Timor-Leste, who went there, and after he returned, the government of Timor-Leste put at the disposal of the government of my country about $1.5 million, which helped to close down this area, and relocate the population. This is an example of cooperation, partnership between countries. It's based on trust. And we benefited from it, and it is something very concrete that worked. Second thing, before the election, because there were still many armed people, so it's very difficult to organize an election in such an environment. But today, the Central African Republic is in a position to export this model about how to organize elections without contestation, without criticism, and create legitimate authorities. We managed to do it by intervening along with our friends from the G7+ group. We organized a session of parliaments. We invited all the development partners, and there were discussions, there were exchanges, which allowed to reduce the pressure of the partners on the government who wanted to organize elections while there was not enough trust existing at that point. And they were successful. And third, armed groups which were not part of the agreements for reconciliation didn't want the elections to take place. And in this context, the government discussed with armed group, and we managed to find an agreement and to allow the elections to take place. And another thing is that today, the financial follow-up of the commitment of partners in the implementation of the peacebuilding plan, which is being put in place now, and I want to thank all our partners. It is a 3-year plan, a plan that's supposed to last 3 years, but we have spent so far about 60% of the amount of money. But all the partners discussed with the government and organization of the civil society and tried to develop trust, because we have to say it very frankly. There is no trust between our donors and us, because we have public finance management which are not very clear or transparent, and we look at the Paris declarations and the use of natural system, it is problematic in our case. So if you want a partnership, and if you want to insist on the usefulness of this, I have to say, trust us, help us build our capacities and capabilities, but you have to trust us, because that will help us change the situation.
That's a very good point, and it's not just your country. If you look at the statistics from the latest report, the real backsliding is on donors using national systems and national finance and working through budgets, and I think that's something that we all need to step up. What is missing? That trust that's missing, so that we can have common agreement on how these resources will be used, what the priorities are, and make sure that it's actually delivering on the things that have been agreed upon through national strategies. We all say ownership, but we've shown that it really works when the ownership is there and there's a commitment from donors and to work with that. And we see a lot of evidence of the ownership being built. We don't see as much evidence of the donors following through on their commitments to use national systems. So now we go to civil society, and I had challenged you, Mr. OUATTARA, to reflect a little bit on that, that arrangement, the institutional arrangement that you have. But now maybe you also want to talk a little bit about confidence building or anything else you would like to reflect on from this last round of interventions. Yeah, we turn it over to you.
Merci. Thank you. First, before trust, you have to be honest, sincere. You have to have mutual respect, consideration, high-quality reports. You have to have skills and what you bring in the basket. We say in our country that the fingers don't drink water, but they can show you to the source of water. So we didn't have the power to make decisions, but we could contribute to a satisfactory process of decision-making. We can help the government make good decisions, but you need skills. You need to understand the subject. And this, if you have those skills, it will raise trust, and it helped in our case. And the trust was increased because about this New Deal and the cooperation with our outside partners. There was good relations, for instance, between the responsible people in charge of the UNDP program and people at the government and the ministry, and people like me representing civil society. And this trust was created because we had common values. We want to defend the interest of our country, to promote the system to benefit the society and the population. And it was based on a national development plan aiming at a reduction of poverty. So to go back to this specific case of the New Deal, there were informal meetings at first. And these informal meetings led to the possibility that we could meet around a table together and define together what we would talk about. So this is a New Deal. This was a New Deal for us. We couldn't use the hierarchical structure. We had to have informal talks. We had indicators showing that if we didn't do anything, we could go back to violence and our crisis again. So with this threat, we decided we have to speak frankly and try to improve things and make sure that we would preserve peace. And we found an agreement on a minimum of subject and priorities. And that led to the discussion of the second phase of the New Deal. And because it was the first stage during which we discussed with the focal point from the government, with representatives of all the areas in the country, north, south, east, and west. But we wanted to be sure that the government would hear the expectations of people regarding justice, security, revenues, and so on. But if you look at the New Deal now, it's like a thermometer. Everybody needs it to check the temperature. And every country, developed or developing countries, need a thermometer to see the evolution. People who are sick need to use a thermometer. A doctor needs a thermometer to assess the condition of the patient. So this is important to have a thermometer to gauge the evolution. And that's what enabled us to convince our partners, and we were able to go farther, because there are data that we can use to assess what's happening. But then we went further and to try to make sure that all responsible people in charge of the government at various levels, local and national, could own the project and be ready to face the elections in 2020. In Africa, very often there are problems after elections, but there will be elections in 2020. It's coming, and we have to anticipate the problem, and we have to test to see what's happening. And we have had regional municipal elections in October, and we saw that there were again hate speech, xenophobia, and it worries us when we think about the elections of 2020. So we have to find a solution, and all the major stakeholders, various political parties, have to agree on something. We have to go against this fracture, to limit this fracture within the civil society and the population. So are we going to wait and do nothing? No, we want to make sure there won't be violence again, and we want to reach the New Deal. And the responsible director of cooperation understood it, and the NDP also worked to help us with it.
It's very good that too, because the instinct is when elections are coming up, well, let's wait and see what happens after elections. But the real, you need to be counter-cyclical. You need to be right now investing in the institutions, saying these are our statistics. This is what we all agree on as priorities. This is how the budget will be used, so that people use politics as contestation, not the elections, not violence.
Si vous me permettez, c'est l'occasion.
If you allow me, it's an opportunity on you to call upon the attention of the development partners. You cannot wait for the to implement humanitarian plans. You have to anticipate. You have to act now. You have to now support the actors right now, whether it's the representative government. Peace is not for one person; it's for everybody. Because when you have a conflict, neither the members of the development partner that are already, locally, are not insecure. Nobody insecure. Everybody suffers from insecurity. And since we are at the United Nations, it's more, we want to invite the second mission of the United Nations in Côte d'Ivoire. So that's it now that we anticipate with early warning systems so that we can mitigate the shocks, so that we avoid a second conflict. So that we should have a Security Council mission, so to send a second mission to Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. KIMURA. Now, you're the only donor up here in the talk show that we've created here, and I don't mean to put all of the blames of donors onto your back. In fact, I will excuse the Asia Development Bank because Lawrence Chandy at Brookings had done a very nice study about the Paris Principles and whether they're being applied, and the regional development banks, including the Asia Development Bank, did very well in that. There are many donors that we need to hold accountable, but I don't think it's you. So, but your reflections then on this partnership, how can we build that trust? How can we deliver?
Thank you very much, Gary. So maybe first let me change my hat and then speak on behalf of our Afghan colleague who unfortunately could not make it today. So to build trust, Afghan government actually has been pursuing a number of reforms in terms of aid effectiveness to fulfill their Busan Agreement commitments. Let me highlight some areas. So government actually has shown a very strong ownership. They have taken the lead on the development project, and then they set up a portfolio review mechanism to provide oversight and the guidance. They have been also working with the donors to get more on-budget support, and also at least try to fully align any off-budget project with their national development strategies. They're also strengthening their system and also building the capacity through the donor support. The government also increasing mutual transparency through information sharing and third-party monitoring of projects. And last but not the least, they have also conducted the fragility assessment report, which actually ADB supported, and that will be released soon. Also, let me also share some example how people try to build trust on the ground level. Sharing one example of what I mentioned earlier, this project social contract. So oftentimes, to build a trust between community and the project and the government donors, information sharing is very, very important. In the process of project preparation, of course, the government and the donors, they do the very intensive consultation with the beneficiary communities. But once project gets into the implementation stage, this effort tends to be given less attention. So one thing we always emphasize under this project social contract is very active, frequent sharing of information on the project status with the community by the project owners. Another thing is what we call exit strategy, meaning once the project is completed, we have to hand it over. But then sometime, if the trust is not built between the community and the government, sometimes the project itself is destroyed by the community or sometimes in insurgencies. So to avoid this, one approach we have found very effective is this sort of a handover is conducted by local leaders or local elders. So that would give more strong ownership of the project to the community, and then strong acceptance by the community, and then that would also help the operation of the project after the handover. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Again, we would love to get into the details on all of these things. I encourage you during the coffee breaks to follow up with questions and discuss over the next couple of days. And I'm sure we would like to learn much more about those projects. But what we're seeing there also is creating those feedback loops that we need to be able to learn when things are working and when they're not working. That's why there's frequent information sharing, so that people know whether these projects are actually going to be sustainable or not. All right, so Mr. KOUZOUNDJI, we will give you the last word. Just a couple of minutes, but maybe you want to reflect upon maybe you want to reflect upon trust or how it's being built, but also once you've built between civil society and the government an agreement about what will be done, how do we convince the donors then to come in and properly get behind this? It's a great example of Timor-Leste coming in as a fellow G7 Plus member and committing to resources there. But how do we get the donors to buy into this nationally owned plan that you've constructed with the government?
Thank you. Regarding the Central African Republic, I think trust is key, is unavoidable, because where we're at now, there's no other way around than to, get back up on our feet. And the prerequisite is to have trust. But to have trust, civil society, even though we don't do anything, it has to be optimized. And trust can only be optimized if we have some elements of the activities that are being put in the balance, civil society organizations in the project. So I think in the relation, the element that is going to boost that will be the strengthening of capacity strengthening of civil society, so that it has, we need a lot more accountability for the local population, and also a lot more accountability towards our external partners, especially international organizations, Côte, and many others organizations that support us in this area. So this environment will be optimized against, when indeed when the civil society will be on the ground and will have some activities at the very basic level with local communities, so as to have relevant activities, but also to prevent future conflicts. Because if we are at this stage, it is that we have a number of destructive elements, and these destructive elements don't disappear like by magical. So we have to work preventively against this element that could be a source of resurgence of future conflicts.
I see Madam Moderator is giving us a signal. How much time do we have?
So 5 minutes. So if you do want to go to the floor for
Yes.
some quick comments and suggestions, and then we wrap up.
Okay, so very brief questions or comments. I don't think we'll have time to go back through again, but if there's something, yes, right up there, please.
I'm not sure if it's I'm going to heard. I just wanted to recognize our colleague from the civil society, Mr. Diakalia, who has talked about the excellent collaboration that we had in the context of the ownership of the New Deal project in Côte d'Ivoire. I think it's an important element, and we should honor that and congratulate them for that. But he's also mentioned the elements of fragility, and everybody, I'm sure, remember here that Côte d'Ivoire has, has gone through a very severe crisis, but at the same time, had an excellent, got back in its feet in an excellent way. There was a situation that was examined, here at the Security Council in December 2018 in that regard. I just wanted to say that all the measures have been taken because, Côte d'Ivoire is undergoing a transitional process under the leadership of the head of state, Mr. OUATTARA, and I wanted to reassure all the participants here to say that all the measures have been taken so that this process and this momentum keeps going, and it's in fact strengthened in the context of peace, security, which is, from our point of view, a requirement for our development. And this is just one element that I wanted to emphasize. Thank you.
I saw a hand immediately, the neighbor right there, and then the woman right below. So we'll go to you two, and then the IMF will have the last word.
Okay, thank you. Just a very quick question. Given that we are meeting just in advance of the high-level political forum, I wondered if Goal 16 of the SDGs had been in any way useful as a framework in any of the examples on the panel. As opposed to the SDGs as a whole, many of us defended and promoted the idea of Goal 16, but has it been useful in practice on the ground?
We're not going to answer it in detail, but put up your hand if Goal 16 entered the conversation. Just yes or no? Yes. Go. Yes. I see nodding. Yes. And CAR? Yes. No. We won't have time to get to them and to do the others, but quickly.
Oui.
Yes.
Let's see. All right, right there was a comment.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. I'm very glad I'm Una Hombrecher from Swiss Church Aid. I'm very glad about this discussion, and what I really like is that there's such a big emphasis on building trust. But my question is, talking about development effectiveness, we often also see a thirst on figures and statistics, and I'm wondering how exactly we are measuring trust, and if we have the patience also to engage in long-term projects to have this trust, and if there wouldn't be, how can we improve on this so that with our whole machinery on how we are delivering aid, we may contradict to some extent what we are talking.
I have a paper coming out on that, so look for that. It's actually going to be in a chapter in a book by the IMF, so now we transition to the IMF.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks to all our panelists, as well as the moderator, for an excellent and pertinent discussion. 2 points I wanted to pull out, which I think sort of, in my mind, were sort of distilled out of many of the comments from all of you. First, obviously, helping fragile countries in fragile states, fragile situations, build up their core economic institutions is crucial, and it needs to be done quickly. Many of these, and it needs to be seen in advance. That we made reference to the using PFM systems. Well, it's important to get those PFM systems up to speed and functional. Ultimately, it's about, as quickly as possible, restoring and boosting public services and delivery of people in the country. The second point is maybe a call to all of us, that all stakeholders for countries in fragile situations, all of what we're talking about, all of what we're trying to do takes time. And we do need our results frameworks. We do need to sort of see how progress is going. But all of this, the consensus building the colleagues were talking about, the capacity building and institution building, does indeed take patience. Often there's a step or two backwards before additional step forwards, but obviously with lots of partner country ownership, donor partners also participating with support, there will be progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to try to go back to the panel. I'm sorry, we're going to run out of time. I would just comment that those last 2 comments they remind us of the subjectivity and the real need for social intelligence in these spaces to be able to work with and understand when progress is being made. You may not always be able to have a specific indicator somewhere that can be used universally, but they need to be tailored to each individual environment. That's why we need these really, really bespoke, tailored responses in all of these. I think so we've seen some very good examples here, and I encourage you to continue the conversation.
Thank you very, very much. A warm round of applause for all the panelists and for Gary as well. And thank you to those who contributed from the floor. Much appreciated. We move straight on to our next session. And right now in this room, we're going to be looking at whole of society approaches. Just to let you know, in the next room, the parallel session in the Trusteeship Council chamber is on efficient triangular cooperation. So if you'd like to attend that session, please do make a move over to that room at this point. I'm going to hand over now to the moderator for this next session. It's Ulrika Modier of UNDP. And can I ask all the speakers, the panelists for this session, to please come forward and take your seats. Thank you. Let's settle down, ladies and gentlemen. The next session is starting. If I could ask the sound team to please get the mics on for the moderator and the panelists. Thank you. Not yet. If the sound team could please get the mics on for the moderator.
Trying again. Now it's on.
Success.
It's on. Success. Very good, and so good that you are still with us, because we are going to discuss a topic that we have touched upon several times and that really speaks to the importance of having the whole of society approach, and that is the possibility for civil society to be the actor in its own right, to really be also the driver of change in partnership with all development actors that we need and would like to see in order to move on and move faster towards the Sustainable Development Goals. This topic is very dear to my heart as well. I actually started the preparations heading towards what was then the aid effectiveness agenda, if you remember, in Paris, representing civil society. And since then I've represented both government and now also with pleasure the United Nations development system. So our basic objective here today is to see how we can work better towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, giving that possibility for civil society to be the development actor that it should be in its own right. In order to do that, we need, and it has also been mentioned, to see to that there is policy space for development effectiveness for these actors. We need to see too that there is legislation also enabling this environment. And as we have heard, space is shrinking worldwide, and CSO documents that currently are providing us with facts shows that 80% of the world's population, which is about 6 billion people living in 111 countries, face a situation for civil society engagement that is not conducive for what we want to achieve. Civil society organizations' role as equal development actors continues to be hindered across the globe due to legal and regulatory policies, operational restrictions, and also in some and increasing cases, possible human rights violations. So we really need to address this in line with the agreements that we have made, based on the knowledge we have that we need to work together if we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Also the peer reviews from the OECD DAC, along with ongoing work on how DAC members work with CSOs, shows that there is a need for greater policy clarity from providers of development cooperation, and also greater coherence, as we've heard throughout the day, in between what is being said and what is being done in order to support CSOs in the best of ways. Now, on behalf of the civil society organizations, there is also a need for clarity, showing own effectiveness, showing transparency and accountability, working also in line with the commitments. The need for countries also to have the data and statistics has also been mentioned throughout the day, and that goes also, of course, for the flows through the civil society organizations. In order for us to have the possibility for discussions with our panel and also hopefully a bit with our audience here, we will move on directly now to the first conversation, which is about the possibility to facilitate improvements of the enabling environment. And in this conversation, I have the pleasure to have here on my left Susanna Moorhead, who is the chair of the OECD DAC, and Ms. Monica Asuna, who is the Deputy Chief Economist of the National Treasury in Kenya. So I would like to start asking you, what are the main interventions that has, according to your knowledge, also facilitated improvements in civil society enabling environments, and how the development effectiveness can actually be achieved? And starting with you, Susanna.
Thanks very much, Ulrika. Let me start by saying I think if ever there is a need for partnership, and a multi-pronged partnership, it's in addressing this question. If we look at what the GPEDC data say about how DAC members are working with civil society, and indeed what is happening more broadly to civil society space, the news is not all good in terms of development effectiveness. So I don't want to crowd out some very, very positive examples. And one that springs to mind immediately is the change in legislation in Ethiopia recently that has overturned what were some very restrictive laws on civil society space. Another is our recent peer review of Swedish CEDA, really at the cutting edge of effective support to civil society. And what distinguishes it is that instead of using civil society primarily as a delivery agent, it is using civil society as an agent of change in its own right. So if I had one message about how to work effectively with civil society, it is that. Unfortunately, many of the data demonstrate that that is not how it is working most of the time. So with the results from the GPEDC monitoring, only 5% of countries reported that civil society advice locally informs policy making. And in only 25% of countries did civil society organizations consider that they had full freedom of expression. Indeed, in 32%, they reported harassment from public authorities. So there's clearly a long way to go. And I would say, I mean, donors can only do so much. Donors can provide more financing, and the financing is increasing. It's a positive trajectory. But we need to work in partnership with governments to open up that civil society space together. And for our own part, to be far more rigorous about assessing what works and what doesn't. So we're working on a whole series of guidelines about how donors can work most effectively with civil society, and you know, also what not to do, so purely instrumentalizing civil society. The last thing I would say is we've hugely strengthened our dialogue. We had a whole week in the OECD recently of civil society days and a regular DAC civil society dialogue, which is relatively new. There's one very, very important final point, which is a recommendation that the committee approved just yesterday on the whole question of sexual exploitation and abuse within civil society. Now, you'll all be aware of, I think, what was termed the Oxfam scandal, but to be fair, it was by no means limited to Oxfam, but a whole series of really extremely serious allegations and bad practice within civil society, within the UN, within other aid agencies. This was first reported in February of 2018, and within a really very short period of time, so less than 18 months, DAC members yesterday agreed to introduce a new set of guidelines and to hold each other to account and to implement institutional, individual, cultural and behavioral change to make sure that as a sector, the development donors no longer allow such practices to happen on their watch. And for me, that is a very clear indication both of what can go wrong within civil society, but also how donors can respond to put their own house in order and to send a very, very clear message, not just to the development sector, but to everyone, that the sector needs to get its house in order and that this kind of abuse of vulnerable people, mostly women and girls, I have to say, is just not tolerable in 2019.
Thank you. Now over to you, Ms. Asuna. You're the Deputy Chief of Economist of the National Treasury in Kenya. Will you please provide us with some insights also from the Kenyan perspective with regard to space and interaction and working together with civil society?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. Allow me first maybe to give some legal environment in Kenya. In Kenya, the Constitution of Kenya under the Bill of Rights, Chapter 4, defines various rights, including economic and social rights, as a requirement for inclusion of various categories of population in governance and opportunities to associate. So you find that public participation in Kenya is now a requirement in all areas of for example, in coming up with various acts of parliament, also in policy making, and also in planning, and also in oversight of what happens with the resources in government. But I must mention that that is something in progress. It is not really perfect. So in terms of effective development cooperation, in 2009, after Accra, third high-level meeting on aid effectiveness, that is when the government now started including all stakeholders in effective development cooperation. We came up with the aid coordination structure. That aid coordination structure includes CSOs, and our focal point at the country level is Reality of Aid Africa, which rallies other civil society organizations in any platform on effective development that we organize at the country level. We have at the highest level the Development Partnership Forum, chaired by the Deputy President, and civil society, they participate at that level. Also, Kenya is a member of the Global Partnership Initiative own indicator too, that is the CSO task team on development effectiveness and enabling environment. So based on that, it was formed in 2009. This year in June, we celebrated 10 years of the task team existence. And what came out from last year is that we have been having these global meetings. So the task team is multi-stakeholder, just for information. It has partner countries representation, development partners, as well as CSOs. And it's co-chaired by those 3 stakeholder groups. But then our meetings have been global. So there was a call by partner countries that there is need really to cascade these meetings at the national level, because that is where we need to have really implementation. So more of country focus by the task team. So based on that, Kenya was selected as one of the first pilot to host the first task team meeting at the national level, being that we've been more of global. So based on that, on 27th, 28th June this year, we held that pilot workshop where about 70 participants participated from the 3 stakeholder groups. It was a success, and what came out from there is that there is need to be more of those, the international meetings cascading to the national. So there was a call for more partnership framework at the country level. And the outcome of that meeting is that we agreed to have a partnership framework at the country level. There was also a call for an annual forum of such a kind, not just a once-off meeting. There was also agreement to have a national task team to come up with that partnership framework. So those are some of the interventions that we had. So in just maybe summarizing then, what I would say that more inclusion of our various stakeholders in various dialogue is really important if we really want to achieve the effective development agenda. So just in winding up, we have a very short video that maybe we will show on the outcome or some of the captions in that workshop in Kenya. Thank you.
In a way, it's an experiment. So I'm thanking Kenya, both government and civil society, for being brave, for being the first ones up. And I think we hoped that it would show that the principles are important and helpful, because sometimes multi-stakeholder dialogue can be heated. In fact, if it's not heated, maybe you're not talking about the important issues. DG 17 on partnership shows us that we need to have everybody on board for a partnership. Then we need to be able to have these kind of dialogues at country level.
I expect there'll be some dialogue on how to effectively implement the SDGs and the cooperation, collaboration that's necessary for effective implementation.
Through this forum, you can come up with a clear framework for engagement between the civil societies and government.
We expect the government to be more appreciative of the role of the civil society organization, so that we are able to provide a more friendly environment. We play a more facilitative role to facilitate the growth of the sector, so that it becomes more responsive to the needs of the citizens, since the CSOs play a key role in development. Secondly, also, we expect the CSOs to make sure that they run the institutions using good governance practices.
And we can also try and present some of your views.
The commitment to continue having this dialogue. It's going to be a long journey. You know, CSOs in Kenya versus government, it's always been them versus us. And right now, for people to get up and actually say, yes, I'm willing to listen. Yes, it is going to be a journey. It will take a while, but more importantly, saying, yes, I'm willing to continue talking.
This publication, they gave it here to me, and I think this is a very practical guidebook, for civil society dialogue, or dialogue between all the different actors. And it's like a handbook to set up like a continuous dialogue between all the stakeholders.
There were very, very progressive ideas and sharing of experiences that have helped to enrich
some of the expectations that we had, and hopefully with the skeleton that we've already established, that we'll be able to, moving forward, be able to consolidate those efforts and come up with a structured framework that will ensure that there is structured mechanism for engagement and collaboration.
Good. We are moving on to the next question, so please take note, because I will see to that we have time for you also here in the room to come up both with questions and ideas. But now with more examples from Mr. Ataide Mota, who is the Executive Director of IBASE in Brazil. No, you're not? There you are, sorry. Sorry. And on your right side, from Ireland, Ms. Ola McBreen, who is the head of Civil Society and Development Education Unit at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Ireland, and co-chairing the task team on CSO Development Effectiveness and Enabling Environment. So starting with Brazil and you, Mr. Mota, could you share the experiences also from your perspective?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. On both the issues we have discussed here today, shrinking civic spaces and effective development cooperation, Brazil has been failing, unfortunately. Okay. Should I go on? Should I go on? Okay. All right, that's better. So a recent study commissioned by ACT Alliance to the Institute of Development Studies on development needs civil society, we have some leaflets over there. It has shown that Brazil was, in fact, a good practice example in terms of CSO participation in the SDGs implementation. But that has changed. And now what we have accumulated over the past 10 or 15 years, it's at risk. As we were discussing earlier, people are being left behind. And by both political exclusion and ultra-neoliberal policies. So we're being excluded from participating, and we're being hit hard with the return of extreme poverty. So there's also the issue of human rights violation that are multiplying against CSOs and marginalized groups. Up to very recently, civic spaces played an important role in criticizing and monitoring the implementation of SDGs in Brazil. But that's no more the case. There seems to be no more room for independent and critical civic spaces and no openness for dissent and diversity. So issues like SDGs, climate change, and several others no longer are open to CSO participation. Brazil's government seems oblivious to EDC principles. So the international community needs to observe closely Brazil's failure to realize the Nairobi commitment on reversing the shrinking and closing of civic spaces. And human rights-based approaches, South-South-based cooperation, and the principles of horizontal development cooperation are all issues that, in the recent past, Brazil had acted on and made impressive strides. Now we call on development partners to help make Brazil realize the Nairobi commitments in reversing CSO shrinking in civic spaces and promote the Belgrade call to action, including the protection of human rights defenders, are the order of the day, and there is needed to act on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name's Orla McBreen. I'm here with two hats on, as Ireland, as a donor and also co-chair of the task team. I hadn't seen the video before, so I'm quite embarrassed, but it allows me to say that the guidance in the video, which is here, is available for everybody who wants to see it. For us in Ireland, linking the effective development conversation and the enabling environment for CSOs is really vital, because you can't have effective development if voices are left out. So either as actors in their own right or as implementing partners, if those voices are not included in our development cooperation, it's not going to be effective. So the enabling environment and development effectiveness are intertwined, and I think sometimes in the conversation, including in the GPEDC family, the focus, and this is also addressed to donors, the focus is very much on development effectiveness, and we forget the enabling environment. And this is really vital for achieving the SDGs. And I was asked to talk about examples where this doesn't work, where interventions aren't successful, so maybe to bring the bad news and say why things don't work. And I would pick 3 reasons why sometimes our development is less effective than it should be. The first one is a lack of partnership. This goes to SDG 17. We speak a lot about the SDGs, about the importance of partnership, but it's much harder to live it in practice when we're trying to deliver effective development. And to give simple examples, you have well-meaning initiatives where, for example, large corporations donate seeds in a community and say, well, we are giving seeds for free and this is very helpful. But if they had spoken to the small women's organizations, they would realize that, in fact, the women traditionally had access to the seeds. So by trying to be helpful but not working in partnership, you've actually destabilized the gender balance in a small region. So it shows that if you don't talk to the voices of those you are trying to assist, your development can actually be less effective. So that's one example. And partnership is challenging. It takes more time. There are lots of voices. You need to establish structures, not just ad hoc consultation. That was one of the points made when we were in Nairobi recently. But without that kind of partnership and without really living SDG 17, we won't have effective development. And the second gap is when exactly we don't live a part of the SDGs that's sometimes neglected, the difference between the MDGs and the SDGs. The MDGs was very much the donors saying to everybody else, here's best practice and you guys do this. And in fact, the SDGs are for all of us. So we had in the other room a discussion about South-South cooperation, about triangular cooperation, and learning. And sometimes there's also South-North learning. So, for example, in the OECD countries are talking about our development in our education sectors, in justice sectors, in health sectors, mistakes we have made, things we can learn from each other. And it's a conversation we keep in one space for the northern countries.
With ongoing work on how DAC members work with CSOs shows that there is a need for greater policy clarity from providers of development cooperation, and also greater coherence, as we've heard throughout the day, in between what is being said and what is being done in order to support CSOs in the best of ways. Now, on behalf of the civil society organizations, there is also a need for clarity, showing own effectiveness, showing transparency and accountability, working also in line with the commitments. The need for countries also to have the data and statistics has also been mentioned throughout the day, and that goes also, of course, for the flows through the civil society organizations. In order for us to have the possibility for discussions with our panel and also hopefully a bit with our audience here, we will move on directly now to the first conversation, which is about the possibility to facilitate improvements of the enabling environment. And in this conversation, I have the pleasure to have here on my left Susanna Moorhead, who is the chair of the OECD DAC, and Ms. Monica Azuna, who is the Deputy Chief Economist of the National Treasury in Kenya. So I would like to start asking you, what are the main interventions that has, according to your knowledge, also facilitated improvements in civil society enabling environments, and how the development effectiveness can actually be achieved? And starting with you, Susanna.
Thanks very much, Ulrika. Let me start by saying I think if ever there is a need for partnership, and a multi-pronged partnership, it's in addressing this question. If we look at what the GPEDC data say about how DAC members are working with civil society, and indeed what is happening more broadly to civil society space, the news is not all good in terms of development effectiveness. So I don't want to crowd out some very, very positive examples. And one that springs to mind immediately is the change in legislation in Ethiopia recently that has overturned what were some very restrictive laws on civil society space. Another is our recent peer review of Swedish CEDA, really at the cutting edge of effective support to civil society. And what distinguishes it is that instead of using civil society primarily as a delivery agent, it is using civil society as an agent of change in its own right. So if I had one message about how to work effectively with civil society, it is that. Unfortunately, many of the data demonstrate that that is not how it is working most of the time. So with the results from the GPEDC monitoring, only 5% of countries reported that civil society advice locally informs policy making. And in only 25% of countries did civil society organizations consider that they had full freedom of expression. And indeed, in 32%, they reported harassment from public authorities. So there's clearly a long way to go. And I would say, donors can only do so much. Donors can provide more financing, and the financing is increasing. It's a positive trajectory. But we need to work in partnership with governments to open up that civil society space together. And for our own part, to be far more rigorous about assessing what works and what doesn't. So we're working on a whole series of guidelines about how donors can work most effectively with civil society, and also what not to do, so purely instrumentalizing civil society. The last thing I would say is we've hugely strengthened our dialogue. We had a whole week in the OECD recently of civil society days and a regular DAC civil society dialogue, which is relatively new. There's one very, very important final point, which is a recommendation that the committee approved just yesterday on the whole question of sexual exploitation and abuse within civil society. Now, you'll all be aware of, I think, what was termed the Oxfam scandal, but to be fair, it was by no means limited to Oxfam, but a whole series of really extremely serious allegations and bad practice within civil society, within the UN, within other aid agencies. This was first reported in February of 2018, and within a really very short period of time, so less than 18 months, DAC members yesterday agreed to introduce a new set of guidelines and to hold each other to account and to implement institutional, individual, cultural and behavioral change to make sure that as a sector, the development donors no longer allow such practices to happen on their watch. And for me, that is a very clear indication both of what can go wrong within civil society, but also how donors can respond to put their own house in order and to send a very, very clear message, not just to the development sector, but to everyone, that the sector needs to get its house in order and that this kind of abuse of vulnerable people, mostly women and girls, I have to say, is just not tolerable in 2019.
Thank you. Now over to you, Ms. Asuna. You're the Deputy Chief of Economist of the National Treasury in Kenya. Will you please provide us with some insights also from the Kenyan perspective with regard to space and interaction and working together with civil society?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. Allow me first maybe to give some legal environment in Kenya. In Kenya, the Constitution of Kenya under the Bill of Rights, Chapter 4, defines various rights, including economic and social rights, as a requirement for inclusion of various categories of population in governance and opportunities to associate. So you find that public participation in Kenya is now a requirement in all areas for example, in coming up with various acts of parliament, also in policy making, and also in planning, and also in oversight of what happens with the resources in government. But I must mention that that is something in progress. It is not really perfect. So in terms of effective development cooperation, in 2009, after Accra, third high-level meeting on aid effectiveness, that is when the government now started including all stakeholders in effective development cooperation. We came up with the aid coordination structure. That aid coordination structure includes CSOs, and our focal point at the country level is Reality of Aid Africa, which rallies other civil society organizations in any platform on effective development that we organize at the country level. We have at the highest level the Development Partnership Forum, chaired by the Deputy President, and civil society, they participate at that level. Also, Kenya is a member of the Global Partnership Initiative on Indicator 2, that is the CSO task team on development effectiveness and enabling environment. So based on that, it was formed in 2009. This year in June, we celebrated 10 years of the task team existence. And what came out from last year is that we have been having these global meetings. So the task team is multi-stakeholder, just for information. It has partner countries representation, development partners, as well as CSOs. And it's co-chaired by those three stakeholder groups. But then our meetings have been global. So there was a call by partner countries that there is need really to cascade these meetings at the national level, because that is where we need to have really implementation. So more of country focus by the task team. So based on that, Kenya was selected as one of the first pilot to host the first task team meeting at the national level, being that we've been more of global. So based on that, on 27th, 28th June this year, we held that pilot workshop where about 70 participants participated from the three stakeholder groups. It was a success, and what came out from there is that there is need to be more of those, the international meetings cascading to the national. So there was a call for more partnership framework at the country level. And the outcome of that meeting is that we agreed to have a partnership framework at the country level. There was also a call for an annual forum of such a kind, not just a once-off meeting. There was also agreement to have a national task team to come up with that partnership framework. So those are some of the interventions that we had. So in just maybe summarizing then, what I would say that more inclusion of our various stakeholders in various dialogue is really important if we really want to achieve the effective development agenda. So just in winding up, we have a very short video that maybe we will show on the outcome or some of the captions in that workshop in Kenya. Thank you.
In a way, it's an experiment. So I'm thanking Kenya, both government and civil society, for being brave, for being the first ones up. And I think we hoped that it would show that the principles are important and helpful, because sometimes multi-stakeholder dialogue can be heated. In fact, if it's not heated, maybe you're not talking about the important issues. DG 17 on partnership shows us that we need to have everybody on board for a partnership. Then we need to be able to have these kind of dialogues at country level.
I expect there will be some dialogue on how to effectively implement the SDGs and the cooperation, collaboration that's necessary for effective implementation.
Through this forum, we can come up with a clear framework for engagement between the civil societies and government.
We expect the government to be more appreciative of the role of the civil society organization, so that we are able to provide a more friendly environment. We play a more facilitative role to facilitate the growth of the sector, so that it becomes more responsive to the needs of the citizens, since the CSOs play a key role in development. Secondly, also, we expect the CSOs to make sure that they run the institutions using good governance practices.
And we can also try and present some of your views.
The commitment to continue having this dialogue. It's going to be a long journey. You know, CSOs in Kenya versus government, it's always been them versus us. And right now, for people to get up and actually say, yes, I'm willing to listen. Yes, it is going to be a journey. It will take a while, but more importantly, saying, yes, I'm willing to continue talking.
This publication, they gave it here to me, and I think this is a very practical guidebook, for civil society dialogue, or dialogue between all the different actors. And it's like a handbook to set up like a continuous dialogue between all the stakeholders.
There were very, very progressive ideas and sharing of experiences that have helped to enrich some of the expectations that we had, and hopefully with the skeleton that we've already established, that we'll be able to, moving forward, be able to consolidate those efforts and come up with a structured framework that will ensure that there is structured mechanism for engagement and collaboration.
Good. We are moving on to the next question, so please take note, because I will see to that we have time for you also here in the room to come up both with questions and ideas. But now with more examples from Mr. Ataide Mota, who is the Executive Director of IBASE in Brazil. No, you're not? There you are, sorry. Sorry. And on your right side, from Ireland, Ms. Ola McBreen, who is the head of Civil Society and Development Education Unit at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Ireland, and co-chairing the task team on CSO development effectiveness and enabling environment. So starting with Brazil and you, Mr. Mota, could you share the experiences also from your perspective?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. On both the issues we have discussed here today, shrinking civic spaces and effective development cooperation, Brazil has been failing, unfortunately. Okay. Should I go on? Should I go on? Okay. All right, that's better. So a recent study commissioned by ACT Alliance to the Institute of Development Studies on development needs civil society, we have some leaflets over there. It has shown that Brazil was, in fact, a good practice example in terms of CSO participation in the SDGs implementation. But that has changed. And now what we have accumulated over the past 10 to 15 years, it's at risk. As we were discussing earlier, people are being left behind. and by both political exclusion and ultra-neoliberal policies. So we're being excluded from participating, and we're being hit hard with the return of extreme poverty. So there's also the issue of human rights violation that are multiplying against CSOs and marginalized groups. Up to very recently, civic spaces played an important role in criticizing and monitoring the implementation of SDGs in Brazil. But that's no more the case. There seems to be no more room for independent and critical civic spaces and no openness for dissent and diversity. So issues like SDGs, climate change, and several others no longer are open to CSO participation. Brazil's government seems oblivious to EDC principles. So the international community needs to observe closely Brazil's failure to realize the Nairobi commitment on reversing the shrinking and closing of civic spaces. And human rights-based approaches, South-South-based cooperation, and the principles of horizontal development cooperation are all issues that, in the recent past, Brazil had acted on and made impressive strides. Now we call on development partners to help make Brazil realize the Nairobi commitments in reversing CSO shrinking in civic spaces and promote the Belgrade call to action, including the protection of human rights defenders, are the order of the day, and there is needed to act on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name's Orla McBreen. I'm here with two hats on, as Ireland, as a donor and also co-chair of the task team. I hadn't seen the video before, so I'm quite embarrassed, but it allows me to say that the guidance in the video, which is here, is available for everybody who wants to see it. For us in Ireland, linking the effective development conversation and the enabling environment for CSOs is really vital, because you can't have effective development if voices are left out. So either as actors in their own right or as implementing partners, if those voices are not included in our development cooperation, it's not going to be effective. So the enabling environment and development effectiveness are intertwined, and I think sometimes in the conversation, including in the GPEDC family, the focus, and this is also addressed to donors, the focus is very much on development effectiveness, and we forget the enabling environment. And this is really vital for achieving the SDGs. And I was asked to talk about examples where this doesn't work, where interventions aren't successful, so maybe to bring the bad news and say why things don't work. And I would pick 3 reasons why sometimes our development is less effective than it should be. The first one is a lack of partnership. This goes to SDG 17. We speak a lot about the SDGs, about the importance of partnership, but it's much harder to live it in practice when we're trying to deliver effective development. And to give simple examples, you have well-meaning initiatives where, for example, large corporations donate seeds in a community and say, well, we are giving seeds for free and this is very helpful. But if they had spoken to the small women's organizations, they would realize that, in fact, the women traditionally had access to the seeds. So by trying to be helpful but not working in partnership, you've actually destabilized the gender balance in a small region. So it shows that if you don't talk to the voices of those you are trying to assist, your development can actually be less effective. So that's one example. And partnership is challenging. It takes more time. There are lots of voices. You need to establish structures, not just ad hoc consultation. That was one of the points made when we were in Nairobi recently. But without that kind of partnership and without really living SDG 17, we won't have effective development. And the second gap is when exactly we don't live a part of the SDGs that's sometimes neglected, the difference between the MDGs and the SDGs. The MDGs was very much the donors saying to everybody else, here's best practice and you guys do this. And in fact, the SDGs are for all of us. So we had in the other room a discussion about South-South cooperation, about triangular cooperation, and learning. And sometimes there's also South-North learning. So, for example, in the OECD countries are talking about our development in our education sectors, in justice sectors, in health sectors, mistakes we have made, things we can learn from each other. And it's a conversation we keep in one space for the northern countries, and we don't maybe relate it to our own recommendations and initiatives in cooperation with our southern partners and friends. So the SDGs forces us all to look at this in a holistic way. So sometimes when our interventions fail, it's because we don't actually address some of the lessons to ourselves and say, well, if I ask my health ministry to work with a log frame and a results-based management framework, I might get quite a difficult response. So maybe I should bear this in mind when designing development interventions. And the final point is to talk about risk. When we want to reach those furthest left behind, they're usually in the riskiest situations where there's conflict, structures have broken down. So sometimes the interventions will not work or will be more costly. When we try new things, they will fail. So we have to, as donors, increase our risk appetite and also have a discussion with our own publics who support the development aid, because if they are not convinced of the effectiveness, then they will not continue to support our governments providing development aid. So we have to have a more honest discussion about risk at home as well as overseas. And one final lesson from when we were in Nairobi was some of the CSOs said to us, we didn't know this is the kind of conversation you are having because you don't tell us the kind of problems you have at home or why you are requiring so much detail from us in safeguarding and in financial procedures. So to have a more open and honest conversation with our development partners and back at home as well. So those were the 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on quickly to the third conversation. And now let's see if I get it right. Julius Kangelet from the Federation of Free Workers. And Mr. Isadre Sala Keralt, who's the member of the Executive Board of URU, FOGAR, and also the Director General for Global Affairs from Catalonia in Spain. Yes. So are there, according to you and your experience, particular intervention or types of development cooperation where engaging civil society organizations and others in decisive issues can be done, for instance, in fragile contexts where state actors are simply not present, as we heard also from the previous panels? And what are the lessons that you see can be learned from these experiences?
Okay, thank you, Ulrika. Well, off the bat, I would like to say that social dialogue is at the core of effective development cooperation. Social dialogue, an established multi-stakeholder partnership tool, links development effectiveness principles to SDGs. So government, workers, and employers on equal footing, sitting together and discussing, can make fundamental contributions to an enabling environment for development effectiveness. Social dialogue is a means to achieve the SDGs and development effectiveness. But for social dialogue to flourish, key elements that are essential for an enabling environment, such as freedom of association, the right to organize, the right to collective bargaining, as enshrined in ILO Conventions 87 and 98, should be recognized by government and respected by the private sector. It is with the existence of strong and capable trade unions and workers' organizations, free trade unions that could articulate the collective interests of workers and workers in the community, that genuine social dialogue can exist. It is a case of a good and not so good case in the Philippines. Trade unions, for one, were able to mainstream ourselves in development projects applying the tripartism law based on International Labour Organization Convention number 144. Projects promoting occupational safety and health, labor inspection, green jobs, just transition, among others, gave modest contributions to achieving SDGs 5, 8, 13, and even 17. As a constituency of the ILO, trade unions and workers were able to establish a project monitoring board with the ILO and project donors that oversees projects such as those that I've mentioned above. Trade unions were also part of the project advisory committee with social partners and NGOs that are involved in project inception and design, some implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Other factors considered, these projects facilitated social dialogue that eventually helped in recent victories, such as the enactment of a new occupational safety and health law, the expanded 105 days maternity leave for all types of workers, the Green Jobs Act, and even the Universal Health Care Law and unemployment insurance. Now, this is the good side. The not so good side is that the practice of social dialogue is not prevalent and mainstream in the whole of government. While we are active and key partners of the Department of Labor and Employment, we seem like outsiders looking in at the National Economic Development Authority or our Socio-Economic Planning Ministry. And so, take for example what happened during the voluntary national review process. It started without considering trade unions and workers' views. It took a lot of lobbying for workers before NEDA, or the planning agency, eventually sat down with trade unions and other social partners to discuss the draft. There were CSO consultations, but there were too little and involved too few. Trade unions had to barge into the process, not out of any sense of entitlement, but in our desire to be true to the SDG adage about leaving no one behind, especially a big chunk of the marginalized. This does not speak well of the quality of dialogue and inclusive partnerships under development effectiveness principles. The Nairobi commitment on reversing the CSO shrinking and closing civil space should come to fore with the multi-stakeholder work stream at the country level. Absent these, ownership, transparency, and accountability will not be realized. Finally, a major challenge that workers and civil society face is how government faces dissent. In late May, one of the trade union leaders of Nagkaisa, the labor coalition where most of the ITUC affiliates belong to, was shot to death while conducting a meeting with workers in an economic zone south of Manila. Up to now, the police investigation has not concluded and no one has been jailed for the crime. Lately, the number of strikes have gone up and the number have been dispersed violently, leading to scores of workers getting injured. The incident should merit the convening of the National Tripartite Monitoring Body to look into the cases of violations of freedom of association conventions and principles. These are but the unfortunate series of events workers face. And I'm not even discussing about the fate of other human rights defenders from other sectors. But now it is ever clearer that the GPEDC constituencies should commit to the Belgrade call to action that includes protection for human rights defenders. Engaging CSOs for development cooperation entails recognizing that trade union rights are essential to the whole process and listening to workers' views even if they are critical to government. Promoting a human rights-based approach and establishing an enabling environment for civil society should be based on justice and means listening to both praises and criticisms alike, with no threat of silencing critics. Let's be real partners. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Last but not least, from the perspective from Catalonia and your international cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Well, the SDG Summit is coming in a couple of months, and we all know that it's going to urge all the governments to step up efforts towards the SDG implementation. So basically, it is every time more imperative and more urgent that these bold policies we have all talked about must be implemented and successfully quickly, and specifically the SDG localization process. So the local and regional governments I represent here today must assume and would like to assume a stronger role in this implementation. And this is not just wishful thinking. It's actually the OECD has already identified that more than 60% of the SDGs need local and regional authorities to be involved. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible to be reached. And one of the reasons why these local and regional authorities are important, are key partners, is because of the proximity to civil society organizations. So the local and regional governments are close enough to provide and to be catalysts for top-down strategies, but at the same time also to channel bottom-up trends, becoming then key partners for this whole of society approach, and also helping and being an important actors for a closer and more transparent accountability. We are also becoming one of these main assets, and also this is already identified in the global partnership report that describes already 4 different areas in which this could be made possible. One is consultations, and it's true, we all have heard and we all hear all the time about consultations, but consultations can be always more, can be more inclusive, can be more transparent, and can be really more useful. Sometimes people is investing time in providing answers to consultations that never end up in an official document. Also, there's a lot of room of improvement in legal and regulatory frameworks. It has already been said by the Madam Moderator that in some societies, in some countries, civil society is curtailed the freedom of expression. So this, of course, must be changed. Also, in the CCO's civil society organization effectiveness, local and regional authorities can help a lot because they can provide capacity building, they can coordinate, they can be key actors to make it possible. And also in the relationship with the development partners, because sometimes also this intermediate situation can help also to have the double perspective on the issues and can provide to help some consensus. So to increase this real public-private dialogue between the civil society and the whole society approach, these local and regional authorities can be a key element to make this dialogue more inclusive, and helping to build this solid mutual trust and a proper country ownership. I can provide you 2 quick examples. For example, as a Orufogar institution I represent, but also other organizations like UCLG or Regions 4, we are working all the members to identify best practices, to share these best practices, to transfer knowledge, and to build capacities among us. In both triangular and South-South cooperation, projects that definitely help to boost effectiveness. And for example, in Catalonia, where I come from, we have been launched and been working very hard in the 2030 Agenda implementation plan, in which we have included a participatory process to include the whole civil society. We have also included via Parliament and a national agreement in which all the members of the society can participate and discuss these issues at the Parliament. And last but not least, a 2030 alliance where there are different actors like trade unions, like business support organizations like universities, like municipal authorities, other NGOs that participate in the design and implementation and evaluation of the 2030 Agenda. So little time we have to switch our mindsets, to adapt a new approach based probably on the local ownership, the real inclusion, direct accountability, and long-lasting impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And very interesting to hear from such a diverse panel from different perspectives on a topic that is of great concern. And we heard that it is important to really recognize and to see that civil society is not only about service delivery, but actually about agents in their own right. And in order to be that and to be those change makers that civil society can be, we need to have the really best conditions and the respect for human rights. We heard that it takes time and can be complicated to include the broad range of stakeholders, including also a broad range of civil society actors, but also, of course, local governments. But we also had an experience from Kenya where we see that really putting a framework in place can help to do that and to structure the dialogue and to see to that it is conducive. Now, and also then, of course, the experience from the trade unions also using tools that we know at the local level and national level are conducive, such as social dialogue. I will open up for questions and also comments and suggestions from the floor these last minutes. Please, the lady in red.
So thank you very much. I would like to congratulate all the members of the panel. My name is Madame Bajuturi. I'm from the civil society of Mali. In relationship to participation and contribution, we're invited to participate. No one hears the interpreters on the English channels? No? No one hears the
translation shift. Thank you.
Can you hear the English interpretation? Can you hear? Yes. Can you hear the English interpretation now? So I was saying that I would like to congratulate all the members of the panel. What I wanted to say is about participation. It's true that we're invited as actors of the civil society, and we are aware that we need to contribute. But, we don't have enough capacities as members of the civil societies. We don't have enough partners to be strengthened so that they can play their role as they should. For example, in Mali, we have a national platform for the implementation of the SDGs, and we're very proud, and we contributed to create it. But the way the partners have means, parliamentarians, the state, other parties, we don't have that kind of means, as members of the civil society, we don't have the means to and the resources to do our work. We want to have them. We are invited, but that's not a true representation, because it's not just one or two people who are going to have an impact on the discussion. The base, the people, everybody, the population needs to be informed to play its role. And as long as us members of the civil society are not strengthened to have the resources, then the government and the other partners will do whatever they want without the civil society. So they will say the civil society was invited, but actually we're not there because we don't have the resources. Second, we have the fact that the men are pushing us aside all the language barrier, where all the documents are in English. And we said inclusion, we said participation. They keep talking about partnership. What kind of partnership is it if people are marginalized because there's language barriers and the documents are just in English? So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take one more question, and then I will ask those of the panelists who would like to comment to come in. Up there, yes, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm a voice of civil society organization, but in a cultural context. So my name is Atama Katama. I'm an activist, civil society leader, but I'm also a rapper. So let me rap to you some of my views and thoughts based on this panel. So the question is, to achieve a whole society world, all right? To achieve a whole society world, people's exclusion must now become uncurled, where policies, practice, and big decisions empower the rich, causing divisions overlooked, excluded, and concluded. Situations made worse by the global usage of economic, political exploitation. Systemic barriers is a historical discrimination. The rise of authoritarian governance, use power and fear, create higher tolerance for sexism, racism, and religious discrimination, resulting in conflicts and militarization of the public minds. Policy restrict freedoms, human rights, and our civil political wisdom. This exclusion must become uncurled in order to achieve a whole society world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we need much more of rap in this ECOSOC chamber. Let's see who feels tempted to respond to that. But let's start with the question on the barriers and how can we really enable a true qualitative participation through more capacity support, but then also tearing down those other barriers with regard to language and true participation. Susanna, you alluded to that in the beginning?
Oui, Madame.
Yes, Madam. Firstly, I would like to tell you that all the OECD documents are also in French, not just in English, but also in French. I would like to recommend that you look at our website where you'll find all the documents in French. But you're perfectly right in terms of the means and the capacity building. All I can tell you is that the hurdles, the number of people have increased their resources to help and support civil society. But as I said at the beginning, we need to put the pressure on so that this support is of a qualitative nature, of a high qualitative nature, so that you can be a change agent and not just an agent that provides services. But I would fully agree with you.
Merci. Si je peux...
Thank you very much. If I could add a word to this answer on this question about capacities. Thank you first for your very important question. Firstly, there are very large, big NGOs that have capacities that they can help other NGOs in other countries, and they can help small NGOs. But it's important for us, for donor countries and those who are in charge to ask questions to NGOs in our countries, such as, are you listening to the voices, to everybody's voices? Are you really helping the people and the communities and the population? Let me give you a very recent example. It's an experiment that we're actually deploying currently in Ireland. We do a lot of work with small NGOs to help them with, for instance, how to avoid fraud, how to protect themselves, how to help them people protect themselves against sexual harassment. And now we're going to try to export a little bit these capacity support for small NGOs in Palestine. So we're sending a team and we help them to write, manuals on the financial processes and procedures and all the things that are helped, that are being asked by the donors. All this paperwork, you have to fill all these forms. It's very difficult for small NGOs to have the capacities to fill these documents. And these are little things like that we can do, and there are other donor countries that are trying to do the same things. Thank you.
Also, just maybe to respond to the capacity issue, in the workshop that we held in Kenya, the issue arose that most development partners will work with those international or very large civil society organizations and not with the small CSOs whose capacities are still a bit low. So one of the things that came out is that development partners need to work with all ranges of civil society, and in that, all the programs that they implement, there should be a capacity building component on it. So there was a call for government and development partners to design capacity building for civil society to make them participate effectively in the development agenda. And also the issue of translation was an issue also. We had a participant who needed a braille documentation, and we didn't have, so it was a challenge because there had to be somebody to read whatever was happening or whatever was being discussed to him. So that is something that, as we also design programs, we need to look into, but capacity building component in the programs that are being implemented by civil society was an issue that was raised, and it's something that we need to look at by all partners. Thank you.
More questions or suggestions? Yes, please, here in the front row, the lady. Please go ahead and present yourself.
My name is Catherine Juguna from ACT Alliance, one of the faith-based organizations. I think with leaving no one behind, we don't need to leave the young people. I look at the crowd, the participants in this today and tomorrow. I look at the panelists. We can't do, the youth are the 2030. So you can't speak for them without them. So for the organizers, for the panelists, for every discussion, the capacity building at the country levels, they are left behind in a big way. Thank you.
Yes, on the side. Yes, please.
I'd like to respond to my friend Julius' remarks. I come from the Ministry of Economic Planning, or NEDA, that he alluded to. Firstly, thank you, Julius, for citing the very good, notable reforms in more recent times on both social and economic reforms, such as expanded health care, expanded maternity leave, among others. But I would like to invite you to the Philippines presentation of the Voluntary National Report, which is taking place on Tuesday. My minister himself will be presenting. A bit of advice, though, because perhaps you are aware that I am the national coordinator for the GPEDC monitoring round in the Philippines, where we have a very active participation of civil society. And if you had problems not getting invited to this VNR, I would have expected you to get in touch with me directly or my colleagues at NEDA. Thank you, and I hope we could continue the dialogue in the Philippines to continue to build the trust between civil society and other partners with government.
One more. Yes, above, please.
Nurgul Janaeva, feminist group of the CPDE. Enabling environment is a long-term approach, and every country agreed that women have all the right to be included. But if you look at the results of the third round monitoring, at the indicator 8, we see that more than 80% of the countries do not have adequate funding for women and women's national plans action implementation. And they include chapters goals on women's political participation, women's economic participation. And this long-term approach to proper fund national plans on women's rights and gender equality is a must for everyone to enable and to include women. And we have a warning message. Everyone, 95 countries agreed, we do want women's political participation, we want women included in development effectiveness. 80% of the countries don't allocate money. Is this an enabling environment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do believe that we could have some perspectives on both the generational aspects and also, of course, women's participation, since this is very much at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we know that we will certainly not achieve them if we don't take this into consideration. Anyone who wants to take on any of these questions?
So I would just strongly endorse both the last speaker and the one who mentioned youth. Official development assistance, only 4% of it is primarily targeted on gender equality, which I think is something we should all be ashamed of. And 63% has no gender marker at all. And Ulrich is absolutely right. I mean, not only are we not going to achieve the SDGs unless we take women's rights and women's economic empowerment seriously, but we know that we are never going to make any progress on leaving no one behind unless we start with 52% of the population.
Anyone else from Brazil?
Well, I fully endorse what Susanna has just said on gender equality, so I don't have to repeat it. On youth, I think it's important to realise, and it was mentioned in Paris when we had our civil society days, that there's a lot of lip service played to including youth. But to do practical inclusion, they need to be involved in consultations, including on the voluntary national reviews, for example, on the SDGs, and included regularly. And in fact, our domestic ministry responsible for the SDGs, when we came to New York and we were talking about this the day before yesterday, they have decided to start a national forum for youth on the SDGs in Ireland and to do it every year. And they said to me, because I have the funds, well, you have to pay for it. So I said, you know what, this is a really important idea, so let's try and do it. So we will see, maybe we come back next year or the year after and tell you how we got on and whether we are managing it. And maybe this is something we can facilitate, not just at home, but also overseas as well.
Yes, I was for a while concerned that we would only have the female on the panel, but I actually have all three on my right-hand side now here, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think the question on inclusion of youth is really a challenge to the joint support team of the GPEDC. In Nairobi in 2016, in the second high-level forum, the agenda that the government, our focus as the Kenya government was mainstreaming youth in the national development agenda, and we had a plenary on that. There was a youth representative, and this is also a call to those who can support. There was a youth representative who was to come from Kenya, and unfortunately could not get funding from any of the agencies that they approached. So that is a big challenge. Let us support the youth. But also just to mention is that issues of youth and women issues is really for governments to really mainstream, because we can talk of them at the international level, but without government mainstreaming those, it becomes a challenge. The government of Kenya right now has policies on youth and women, and you find that in procurement, 30% of government procurement has to go to women and youth. So that is a national legislation, as well as the Constitution also dictates that 30% of any public appointments, including the electorate, has to be either of one gender. So you find 30% has to be of one gender. That is either female or male. So this is something that as government we are trying to mainstream, and it is something in the Constitution that we are implementing. So governments really need to step up their efforts in trying to mainstream youth and gender issues in their national development plans. Thank you.
Just a quick rejoinder. Yes, we accept the invitation from our Undersecretary of Socioeconomic Planning to attend the VNR presentation. We hope we do have some time for interaction during that presentation. And then for the second part of my reaction, let me also do a wrap very quickly. Is that okay? Okay. All right. Okay. We don't choose partners, each and everyone matters. What we want to achieve to let those in the margins leave. By year 2030, resources should be plenty. Not for some, not for few, but for many. Government must use your ears, not let people live in fear. This is the challenge that matters. Let's really be partners.
Excellent. So I will need to learn to rap for my next time, for the next LPF. Otherwise, I will be... Okay, no, but quick reactions on both issues, youth and gender, are of course key, and actually, for example, in Catalonia, we develop discussing a lot about the issues of gender, and actually we have rewrite the 2030 agenda as a the feminist 2030 agenda. This is a document that exists, that it's basically saying that gender equality is not an SDG. It should be everywhere, and therefore it makes no sense that to have a specific SDG. But for youth, it's even worse. They don't have a youth SDG. So we are working also in making a youth review of the 2030 agenda in every SDG, and even also with the childhood. Also, there is a document that we have already produced with several NGOs.
Thank you so much, everyone on the panel. Time is up. I am totally convinced we could have spent much more time, because there's a lot of experience here, and not only here, but also I know in the audience. So thank you also for your questions. You might remember that in the morning we were asked whether we were not to introduce a proper work stream to really see to that we give the best of conditions also for civil society, not only participation, qualitative participation in their own right as part of the process onwards. So I just wanted to remind you of this and the proposal that we have on the table, and hopefully we will be able to get back to you and see how we can do this in a way that makes us also deliver in line with the agreements of the GPEDC in order to speed up towards the Agenda 2030 goals. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Ulrika. Thank you to the panel. Thank you for the wrapping in this session. Let's give them all a warm round of applause, please. And if I can just say, this is a tweetable quote that we had from one of the contributors. You can't speak for them without them. And I think that's a very, very, very important point. You cannot speak for them without them. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about youth, but it's not just about having their voice in this room. I run a platform where we have 700 schools debating in Kenya every year, and we introduce the SDGs, and we ask them to start to find solutions. Those young people have better solutions than we could craft in this room. And that is why we need their voices in this room. It is the out-of-the-box thinking. It is the new world thinking, absolutely critical. So let's think about them and let's find a way to mainstream them into the system. Thank you so much to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be able to take a really short break, so please do go up to the 4th floor, have a coffee, have a bite to eat. Let's be back in this room 5 minutes after 4. So you just have a few minutes, but please make use of that. Thank you.
He's from Malaysia.
Oh yeah, okay, but you know him.
Yeah, we've been together at the Asia Pacific Regional Association Mechanism.
There he is.
This is the next.
He wanted to start talking, when you started.
This is the second time I heard him rap, so I have to rap.
Yeah, they do love singing, no?
Yeah, of course. Filipinos love it.
They do. Yeah. No, really well done. Actually, with the.
I can give him all the email and text exchanges we had about the follow-up of the VR process.
Yeah.
They never. It's okay, but he issued the challenge.
They get so nervous when they say issues that they have at domestic level of being like oh, seriously? Oh, wow, cool. How are you, Diego?
Okay? We don't choose partners, each and everyone matters. What we want to achieve to those in the farthest needs. By year 2030, resources should be plenty. Not to some, not to few, but for many. Government must feel this, not let people live in fear. This is the challenge that matters. Let us really be the partners. Is that okay? That's really good. Let's see.
Hello. How are you? I'm good.
Asante. Tunaendelea.
Unafanya vizuri. Tumesema
I wrote your words down. Yes, I really like that. I'm slowly exiting for me. I created for me a long time ago, but I am I actually believe there's a lot of wealth in our youth if we just seek to release the youth and learn. Asante. Good to see you guys.
Tomorrow probably pick up the towel. I'm already tired, so then I look so bad right now.
Squeezy selfies, yo.
They make a lot of better sense.
Yeah. Do you want to watch it? How is Giselle?
Giselle is fine. We have a lot of these issues that we come
That's the difference with our country. No, not necessarily. Like you see, when we're having lunch, all of them are going to get touching the resolutions. What is their position? What's their? But unfortunately, what Africa most of the time, they're going on one side. We don't have these common positions. We don't have common positions. I always want to be honest in terms of how we're handling them. The NGOs are going on one side, our government is on the other side. Whereas in most of these countries, I mean, you see for lunch, they are like all our members went to their government delegation. Okay, so good. So we'll continue to talk. Thank you.
Ngoja, hebu piga picha moja hapo. Kama anasema pale.
Nani?
Mimi. Kama anazungumza. Si umenielewa eh? Umepata vizuri?
These are yours, huh? So you want them here? They stay here. You're coming
just
up.
speak, and then I will go straight to where I'm sitting. Okay. So in fact, just as you start us off, I'll just sit here.
Yeah. Okay, good. And then come straight. And then come straight.
Good, good. And once I'm done, I don't think we'll have enough time for me to answer any of the questions. I'll just go back to my spot. Okay. But if she needs me to chip in on anything,
You'll be able to do it
from there. Okay, great. So the only thing is, how do I walk back?
Yeah.
Can you hear?
So I've been going that way rather than pushing through.
Yeah.
So you can just go that way.
Between the two seats? Or no, behind it actually.
Just behind there.
It's there.
Yeah, it's a clear.
SDGA, decent employment.
I'm standing here looking lost.
Yeah, which way am I going again?
Name of your company. When I introduce the panel, I'm going to introduce you all. Then Rachel, and then we'll go to the conversation. Nice to meet you. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Hola.
Test, test, test. A ver si funciona.
It's going to be another 5 minutes max, which is when until the round of so we should be coming quickly. All good here? Yeah, we have everyone?
Test, okay.
So try now.
Hola, hola. Test, a ver si funciona. ¿Tenemos sonido? Still not? No. Hola, hola, test.
Okay, testing English now. Okay. Testing English. Testing English, okay.
Everybody else who was speaking English? English, everybody in English, correct? Only Spanish over here. Excellent. We tested interpretation. Everything is fine. I just think, again, everybody else. No.
Nada, no se escucha nada.
We can hear you in the booth. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let's settle down. Please find your seats. We're about to get started. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an incredible day. Great deliberations, and we end with a bang, I'm happy to tell you, as we focus on principles for effective private sector engagement in development. A collective commitment, that's our next session. And this session will launch the Kampala principles and showcase good practices for private sector partnerships. Let me introduce the moderator of the session. We have with us Ms. Janet Longmore, the founder and CEO of Digital Opportunity Trust, Dette, and a member of the Global Partnership Business Leaders Caucus. Let's give her a round of applause as she takes over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julie. And here we are, end of the day, but we have an energetic session, and we're going to get the energy levels rising in the room. So good afternoon. I would like to bring the session to order and welcome everyone to this final session of our senior level meeting in hospitable New York City. As Julie mentioned, we have titled this session, Principles for Effective Private Sector Engagement Through Development Cooperation, a collective commitment. Those are powerful words, a collective commitment. And significantly, it heralds the launch of the Kampala principles that we hope will underpin continued momentum in forming trusted, mutually respectful, and effective partnerships with corporate colleagues, large and small. Importantly, the principles are about behavior change, changing our behavior, the behavior of the private sector, of governments, and the development community, to focus on exploring how we might do things differently, how we might come together in a spirit of commitment to trust and to leveraging our shared expertise. Effective private sector engagement through development cooperation is all about the formation of true partnerships. We've heard quite a bit about partnerships already today. But these are true partnerships where businesses are not seen exclusively as providers of finance, but as strategic partners. It is based on the premise of shared benefit creation, win-win solutions that create economic value for companies and enhance their competitiveness in a way that also creates benefit for society by addressing its needs and challenges. The Kampala principles represent a collective commitment of all partners. They have been endorsed by members of the private sector, development partners, partner countries, civil society, trade unions. This truly is a milestone. And we also recognize that it is a work in progress. I actually can't wait to share these principles with our network of young people across Africa and the Middle East. I'm very excited to hear their insights, particularly the young women and men who are working at the front line in the communities where we work. So in our session today, we will see frank, interactive dialogue. It is designed to be a series of 3 conversations in an open and trusted space. We heard from the Deputy Secretary General of the UN this morning that dialogue is critical and that we are learning how to communicate and find solutions together. We hope to illustrate this today from these conversations. To recap, the 5 principles, the Kampala principles, speak to inclusive country ownership, results and targeted impact, inclusive partnership, transparency and accountability, and leaving no one behind. You can certainly check my Twitter feed for more details on each of those 5 principles. There's been quite a bit of social media around them today. And we have with us today a very impressive panel of speakers, very knowledgeable, with representation across the globe. We will hear from them shortly, and I would also like to note that there will be time to go to all of you for an interactive discussion. So I would now like to introduce our panelists. Immediately to my left, Ms. Maria Fernanda Garza, member of the Executive Board of the International Chamber of Commerce and CEO of Orestia Mexico and chair of ICC Mexico. Ms. Beverly Naheed, co-chair of the Civil Society Partnership for Development Effectiveness. Mr. Mahmoud Mohideen, Senior Vice President of the World Bank Group. Mr. Mamadou Diallo, Deputy Secretary General of the International Trade Union Confederation. Ms. Nancy Silva, Director of Programs and Policies, Peruvian International Cooperation Agency, and Ms. Olga Labelle, Vice President, Humanitarian and Development, MasterCard. So to kick off our session and set the context, I am delighted to introduce Ms. Rachel Mathoga, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Kenyan Private Sector Alliance, or KEPSA. She is also a member of the Business Leaders Caucus of the Global Partnership. As the collective voice of the private sector in Kenya, KEPSA serves as a bridge between the business community and government in creating and enhancing a conducive business environment. With over 500,000 members, it has played critical roles in business, economic, and political reforms. Welcome, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Janet. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. And really what I'd like to do is to take this chance to just give you our lived experience as the Kenya Private Sector Alliance and some of the things that we've done to be able to achieve what we believe is a partnership that helps us to achieve the objectives of development cooperation. So let me start off with a short story. So I spent over 10 years of my career working in development. And then I changed and I was working for the private sector. And I had been in the office for only about a month when I sat in this meeting with industrialists, business leaders, people whose bank balances really represent small countries. And they were speaking about the challenges and the problems that Kenya is facing. And they were talking about issues like unemployment. They were talking about issues of youth disengagement, and they were talking about issues of peace and other topics that I had spent years working on in development. And I remember sitting there thinking, I'm back in the same job. I'm with the private sector, but these guys are still worrying about the same things that I spent years programming on. And so really for me, it's to say that private sector isn't outside of this conversation. It's not a question of trying to struggle to bring private sector into the room. It's about saying, what can we do together with the private sector to achieve development cooperation? So as you've heard, as the Private Sector Alliance, we are the apex body of the private sector in Kenya. We represent all sectors of the economy, and what we do is that we work with government to ensure that there's a conducive business environment for private sector to grow. And in achieving that, we have over 15 years of experience as an apex body in trying to create partnership with government. Earlier in the morning, for those of you who are in this session, you remember the questions about how do we get political goodwill? How do we get buy-in? For us, that has been something that we've had to grapple with and be able to come up with a solution. And for us, when we think about that, when we are working with the Kenya government, and I'll keep giving Kenyan examples, is to first of all ask yourself, what is the government's priorities and where are they expressed? So Kenya is implementing what is referred to as Vision 2030. As the private sector, we have to spend time looking at that, and I'm proposing that for this work going forward, you must look at government strategies. We also reduce that into 5-year strategies. Medium-term plans, we have to spend time looking at those plans as the private sector too. And with that, we are able to then come and strategize and say, what is in government's plan that matches with what we want? And then what are the areas that we'd like to push government to do more and to push more? So for me, when I think about inclusive country ownership, and that's the first principle in the Kampala principles, is to say that think about what government already intends to achieve and how you can be able to build on that and also to add the proposals that you'd like to make as you go forward. In terms of, so we've said, yes, you want to engage with government. But it's really important that it's not just a list of demands. It's just not just going to government with a laundry list and saying, okay, we are happy, this is what we want, and if you cooperate with us, you should give it to us. it's about dialogue, isn't it? It's about consistency, it's about speaking continuously. And for us, what we've done is by looking at the principle of inclusive partnership, I would interpret it as public-private dialogue. And this for us is through established engagement platforms where we are able to consistently on a calendar basis meet with different arms of government to discuss the various priorities that we're looking at. So this is at the lower levels in terms of state agencies, ministries. We also work with the different arms of parliament. We work with the judiciary, and more so we work with the presidency. And what this does is it ensures that at every level of government, there is a corresponding understanding of what the objectives are of the private sector. How do we then structure this development cooperation to be able to look at what are the platforms we can create where we're able to have a consistent conversation with government, we're able to have a consistent conversation with private sector, and we're able to continuously work on the objectives that we put. And for us, thinking about development and how we do development cooperation is to say we have to go long term. You can't just have a one-year program and say you quickly have to achieve these objectives in this 1 year. So it's to think about the long-term engagement and how you build relationships. But beyond that is also to think about what are the results frameworks that we can build into these conversations that we say we want to have. And for us, one of the things that after advocating for a long time and trying to speak to government about our objectives, one of the tools that we actually landed upon is the World Bank Ease of Doing Business. And what that did is that it gave us a tool that we could go back to government with on a consistent basis and say, this is why we are saying the things we are saying. These are internationally recognized standards, and this is what we'd like to continue to speak with you about. And so what that has done is that it has seen Kenya go from rank, I think 126, we're now at 61. But what does that mean in the real life? What does that mean in real life? It means that proposals that we've made have actually ensured that communities have access to government services. Things like the Huduma Center that we proposed a few years ago actually was given an award for the UN's award for improving delivery of public services and the Africa Gold Award. And what was that? That we spoke to government about the fact that they needed to decentralize services. It made doing business easier, but think about what it also did for the general population. And so thinking about how we can be able to have a results framework that government can continue to pursue, and the SDGs do provide for us that framework. So how do we make it effective and use it to be able to speak to government? The other issue that has been raised is the issue of transparency and accountability. And this really goes back to the issue of trust, right? We talked about the trust deficit that we have working as civil society with private sector with government, and we really must create a standard of transparency and accountability that speaks to each of us and that enables us to have the openness and communication. And for us, what it has meant is that in our conversations with government, government also holds us accountable. They say, you said if we reduce these taxes, you'll be able to create more jobs. Show us that you've been able to create those jobs. And we are taken to task. And so we must be responsive and say, are we willing to then, as development partners, be able to report to governments? Remember the conversation that we had earlier? Are we able to be part and parcel of that transparency and accountability that we're talking about? And the last principle that I'd like to touch on is on leaving no one behind. And earlier, one of the statistics that we had is about how few companies are actually thinking about the poorest of the poor in their programming. I can't be able to. And so when you think about that, yes, it might be a matter of concern. But when I take the example of Safaricom, which is a Kenyan company that created the first mobile money transfer system, Safaricom probably didn't sit there and think, we have to move the needle on the poorest of the poor. Rural women in Kenya have this challenge, we need to resolve it. No, they were trying to provide a business solution, but they moved the needle farther and faster than we would ever have been able had we been trying to use programs and projects to move that needle. So it's being able to harness the innovation that private sector has, to harness the positive good that can be achieved through business solutions, and to see how we can be able to translate them to the development of even those who we are afraid of leaving behind. So for me, it's to say that there's a lot of opportunity in all of us speaking together, and the point that we've been making all day about effectiveness. We will only be effective if we're able to all speak to each other in a language where we understand each other, but also to not say, I'm coming from here to go pull you. It's to say, can we sit at the drawing board together? Can we determine what our joint objectives are? what resources each of us brings, and then we'll be able to see the principles come into life. Thank you very much.
Rachel, thank you. Thank you so much just for setting such a tremendous context, for bringing the Kampala principles alive in real practical experience. And also, I like very much how you brought out the role of the various stakeholders. We all have expertise, and how do we leverage that expertise? And how do we stay in consistent dialogue? Thank you very, very much. So now we will turn to our armchair conversations. And Maria and Beverly will kick us off. And they're going to talk about trust and leaving no one behind. And really discuss, so what motivates the private sector to get involved in development cooperation in a transparent way, like really why? And to talk about from a civil society perspective when you're looking at leaving no one behind, and also from, Maria, your perspective, what do the partnerships look like? How does that unfold? So I'm looking forward to your conversation, Maria.
Thank you very much, Janet. And I would like to use an example. We were just discussing about this before we started. And the International Chamber of Commerce is one of the organizations that host the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation. And this is a partnership that goes between governments, international organizations, and business. And it's looking to drive the reduction in poverty by facilitating trade in developing countries with a special attention in the least developed countries. And it is a perfect example, I believe, of this partnership that illustrates the Kampala principles in action. Right now, we have 9 trade facilitation projects in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And this brings together the governments with the business community to improve the import and the export processes to make the trade faster, simpler, and more cost efficient. And this was founded by the governments of the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, and Denmark. But it's also supplemented by in-kind contributions from business who share their expertise, also their resources, and their networks to make it work faster. The ICC works along with the World Economic Forum, the Center for International Private Agency, and the German Enterprise for Agency that's called HEAS. And its main role is to connect all the projects through the network of 45 million businesses that are part of the International Chamber of Commerce. This alliance acts like a facilitator to detect, design, the way that the trade could be more easily obtained, because, you know, it's the governments that produce the rules for trade, but the business, the companies are the ones that really work on it every day. So it's a lot easier to find the bottlenecks in this process by the companies, by the users of those rules. So all the companies operate in this project, identifying these particular issues, and through a first-hand experience, and find the solutions. Not just find the solutions, but also help to implement the needed reforms and provide the data that it's needed. Also measure the results, which is also part of the principles. And this project is also supported by multinational companies that have all the technical experts and the assistance on the project. And here we find all the biggest retailers, logistics companies. So these reforms that will be taking place would really help, especially the MSMEs, companies, to get involved in the world trade. And as we know, once the companies start exporting, they are more willing to continue in business and to support their own communities. The motivation, obviously, for the private sector to be part of this is to introduce streamlined regulations and modern automation and digital process for importing and exporting, and create a trade environment that will be less costly for small and medium companies to participate in the global chains. Also, I also have another example, but I would like you to comment on that, and then maybe we can start a more fluid conversation.
Hello. Is it working? Okay. Thank you, Maria, for that. I think for one, I'd like also to explain or probably inform you that civil society always has been misconstrued to be anti-private sector engagement. But I think we have come to the point that we are clarifying that when we speak of private sector engagement, we are really more critical about private sector, meaning big corporations that have, for the longest time, have also been contributory to series of human rights violations, not only of workers, but also of communities, especially indigenous peoples, of the environment. In fact, we are in favor of private sector engagement, but giving priority to national, small-scale, medium enterprises. What you have mentioned, it's more of a global scale that refers to trade. But in a local context, what does this mean? In many of the communities, I'm from an indigenous people's community, being indigenous myself, and our relationship with private sector has not been that rosy. In much of the projects like energy and mining has resulted to displacement of communities, and this has not really benefited our communities or even the nation state where we find ourselves in. If you speak of trade, maybe I can also give another example, because maybe another misconception for civil society is that we do not go we do not have much practices in relation to cooperation. In our case in the Philippines, we have had a very good experience with working with small, medium enterprises as far as bringing them into the national development agenda. And we have come out with a campaign where we call Buy Filipino and Build Filipino, wherein we are able to showcase the products, the technology, and enterprises of small, medium enterprises. And this also involved consultations with grassroots and communities like farmers who produce the raw materials and the workers who assemble all of these products. And this has also resulted to a series of proposed legislations as far as how do we protect national industries in relation to this largely liberalizing economy wherein we have an influx of imported products. So how do we do that? Second, we have also come out with certain regulations that will look into the contribution of industry and agrarian reform into the whole context of development. So these are also very good examples that we have gone through at a micro level. We would still be glad to look at more evidence how this will operate in an international context, because from what Maria has mentioned, is speaking of an experience of 9 or so countries. But how many countries do we have?
And we have many, and just because Maria, I know you want to respond. And Beverly, thank you for talking about the misconceptions. I think that's really important, and to bring that to the fore. And Maria, are you able to maybe expand a bit more when you talked about work in the Amazon and how you may have been able to connect more with grassroots communities, because I know there's another layer to what you've talked about.
Yes. Well, first of all, trade has always been part of human society, and it has enabled us to open our borders, open our knowledge, being a lot more less close and be more more open to different points of view, to different societies, different religions. So I deeply believe that trade is extremely important for the human beings to be a more whole community worldwide. So, and as part of trade, I do have an example from Mexico, which I love because it's a project that has involved many different instances. And it's a project of coffee growers. You know, coffee growers in all around the world are not very, even though coffee is one of the most demanded products, the coffee growers are not that much recognized or paid for their actual work as they should for what we pay for an actual cup of coffee. And we do have different options to buy a cup of coffees. We can buy a cappuccino, an espresso with a touch of a syrup. But who of us goes to a coffee shop and asks for a coffee that do not involve child labor or that are paid the right price for their jobs? So there is a huge community in Chiapas in Mexico, in the southern part of Mexico, that grows coffee because this is one of the best coffees in the earth because it's over 2,000 meters above sea level. So, but unfortunately, these people has been left behind for many, many years, not just the recent 20 years since we came with that term. They have been left behind because they have never had the money to purchase fertilizers or to purchase pesticides. So they also have an organic coffee that has been organic forever. But unfortunately, they are in the hands of intermediaries, which at the beginning when I learned about this project, they said that they were the international multinational companies. But when I visited the community, my first surprise was that there were no multinational company involved. They were all local people, even indigenous people that were taking advantage of their own people. So these communities are very, very small communities, high in the mountains, with no resources, and a restaurant company in Mexico with 135 outlets went there and said, I want to buy the coffee directly from you. But unfortunately, it was not that easy. This project started in 2012, and it was until 2016 that they were able to buy directly from them. We found a lot of challenges. One of those was that there was this disease called the roya, which is it's also called the rust of leaves rust for coffees. And this is a problem that came from South America and Central America. And since these people did not have money to pesticides, their plants were just dying. Another issue was the traditions. The plants that they have were planted by their grandparents and their great-grandparents, so they didn't want to tear them down to plant new varieties that are more resistant to the roya. So some of the families on the farms didn't want to take away the plants. Others very reluctantly did, and eventually they started to be more productive and to have better production. This region of Mexico is the least competitive in production from all the region, considering Brazil, Central America, Colombia, etc. So we're working there. The price that they charge or they pay is the same price that the Chicago Stock Exchange issues, but that's basically for the Brazilian coffee, that it's grown under the sun and it's cultivated with machines, not in mountains, not by hand. And there was a lot of child labor involved there. So in order to support them, and we have been supporting them with new techniques, we have been giving them new plants, but there is one condition. The children cannot continue to work in the farms and not going to school, because they were not going to school as they were working. So they can still cooperate with their parents, but they need to go to school. And that makes a huge difference.
I can see Beverly just waiting, because exactly, no, a very powerful example, and thank you, but Beverly,
Well, I think
just want to come back.
If we look into the example that Maria just discussed, that's why it was successful in the case of the Chiapas coffee growers was one, there was the involvement of the community as far as the project was concerned. So in other words, their rights, their interests, their welfare were put at the heart of the project. Two, the framework of creating the project with the involvement of private sector was not from a perspective of profit. It was from a perspective of jointly addressing the needs not only of the coffee growers, but the entire community, and that includes even the children. Three, I think without probably directly saying, the mere fact that they had guidelines not to include children, not to include pesticides in the production of coffee was also an adherence of human rights standards, or probably standards that are being developed now in the in the protection of environment and health standards. So these are things that civil society has actually been advocating. So if we do it, if we are able to do it at a micro level, with those three criteria or factors, this can also be replicated in a wider context. So I think when we speak of development, when we speak of cooperation, we should always put the rights, interests, welfare of the people at the heart for it to be able to be successful. Because if we do not do that, I mean, we can always have how many examples of Chiapas, we can have how many examples from India. But if you do not have that, in the long run, it will fail.
Yes, and I think both of you have very well brought out that point about listening and engaging and consulting with the people who are being affected by what is going on.
I agree completely with Beverly.
I'm sure you do. I have too, and I'm going to wrap up and move to our next conversation, because I think this conversation we could all talk about for some time. And what is exciting, though, is to see there is some commonality in what the two of you have talked about, and just thinking and looking at it in a different way. How do we change our behavior? So I'm going to have to move to the next conversation.
Just very, very short, because we have spoke of cooperation in relation to economic projects or economic interests, but in the earlier session, much has been mentioned about enabling environment. I think that should also be a factor that private sector should be able to support, the enabling environment of civil society to be able to participate in development cooperation. And at this juncture, probably all of you would know that the UN Human Rights Council recently approved a resolution to look into the human rights situation in my country, in the Philippines, and this is an example also of development cooperation where we have the victims, civil society, special rapporteurs, UN member states being able to cooperate to address the issue of enabling environment. And I would like to thank the 18 member states who voted in favor of that resolution, and this was headed by the state of Iceland.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Wonderful. And now we are going to move to Mahmoud and Mamadou, who will tackle accountability and managing risks. And in their conversation, they will talk about how cross-sectoral collaboration can spur new or innovative approaches for sharing and managing risk, mitigating risk for all partners, and perhaps talk to us about some impactful partnerships that you've been engaged in that have exactly done this and have brought forward the principles of accountability and transparency. Mamadou.
Thank you very much, Madam. I would like to thank you on behalf of the ITUC for inviting us to and participating in this event. The trade union movement, since the beginning, is committed to support the private sector engagement in this process. And we have been in all the debates, and we also consider that the Kampala principles are very important and relevant, although their implementation is on voluntary basis. But we call upon the governments and all the partners to consider that those principles are key if we want to achieve the 2030 agenda objectives. Second issue to mention is that if we have called upon the private sector, it's because in achieving the 2030 agenda, we need also resources to invest in programs and projects to lift billions of people out of poverty. This is why, for us, the issue of investment is very important, in the way that if our goal is to achieve this 2030 agenda, investment also should be channeled through human capital and development priorities. Of course, when we talk about private sector, we know that they are not 100% philanthropic. And I think my friend Mahmoud, who is a banker, understands very well what I mean. But maybe it's important to think about how profit should not overcome the priorities for development and how we can much articulate those two interests. I think this is very important. The second issue I want to raise is about alignment on international and national legal instruments that exist in this kind of investment, because we are talking about job creation. Since the beginning of this high-level panel, we are talking about Goal 8, which decent work and economic growth. And this is the reason why we are also campaigning for it. And we say it's time for Goal 8. Yes, it's time for Goal 8. It's time for Goal 8 because Goal 8 could help in lifting many, many people in the world from poverty. And it will give them a dignity for their life and this of their families. Aligning with international and national labor standards, the UN principles on business and human rights, the OECD guidelines, as well as the legal framework agreement signed between multinational and global union federations, we think are very important in achieving the goals we are heading for. And I also want to mention another very important issue for us, which is the monitoring and assessment. And it is linked with what you said already about transparency, accountability. It's important for this kind of investment that we have a mechanism that could lead us to due diligence from the companies or from those benefiting from this kind of investment, but also accountability. And it's important as well to bring all the stakeholders around the table and to discuss about this and how we can manage and assess and evaluate all the process with regard to the use of investment. And we know at one stage that blended finance is called upon to supplement the investment from private sector. The use of this public money needs also to be assessed. And this is why we consider that social dialogue, and I think Mrs. Rachel, has raised also the importance of social dialogue. We need to have what we call in our trade union jargon social peace. Social peace meaning strengthening social dialogue, but involving also all the stakeholders around the table and sharing experiences, knowledge, and defining common goals. I think if we go that way, we could have chance to achieve the 2030
Great
agenda.
progress.
Thank
Yes,
you.
okay. All right, thank you. And Mahmoud, a conversation. So Mamadou raised a few things: profit, overcome development priorities. Is that truly the case? What are we seeing? Are we seeing any changes, any trends in purpose-led companies? What are you experiencing? And just responding some more to some of the comments that Mamadou brought up. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Very pleased and honored to be with this panel today. Before joining this panel, Madame Santala challenged me if I can do something better than the spontaneous rapping that we followed in the previous panel. As a very indigenous Egyptian peasant, the way that we express our feelings are as follows. If we are extremely sad, we speak in poetry, and that would be in Arabic, and that will make it difficult for many here to follow. And I'm not that sad anyway. And if we are extremely happy, as you may see in the walls of the Egyptian temples, we go and dance with our long, heavy sticks, and I have none of them here. So the state of the SDGs to react to that doesn't make one extremely happy or extremely sad. If you check the data, and I like to recognize my good friend, Ambassador Gauss here from Switzerland, that as good as we can get the data is telling us the following, that Latin America is not doing very well. They have potential, but they are not achieving that. East Asia didn't progress positively as promised, and they have seen some negative deterioration in the indicators of inequality and governance. In Africa, if I quote properly the good work of the SDG Center based in Rwanda, that it is going to be virtually impossible for many African countries to achieve the SDGs. We still have 11 years or less, so I think the issues related to partnership, cooperation, getting our resources from government, private sector, and society mobilized properly is the proper thing to do. Are we seeing that change? And let me focus on the private sector, and I have here a challenge that we normally at the bank, we get very well prepared talking points. So today is going to be a very great discrepancy between what I'm going to deliver and what's going to be prepared. So it was prepared for me, so apologies, Rebecca and her colleagues. So we have the following now. The private sector, great deal of promise, great potential, and some good commitments as we have seen it by the leading businesses when we read that interesting report, the global one and the one focused on regions, the Business Commission for Sustainable Development, identifying $12 trillion of opportunities for doing well and doing good at the same time to achieve the SDGs. The majority of the $12 trillion are in developing countries. Are we seeing that really happening? Not yet. In some sectors, in energy, in some sectors, in mobility, we see some progress, but we're not seeing much of a progress, especially from the small and medium enterprises. So that's I was very happy with the comments by Rachel earlier today when she mentioned doing business Because doing business report is not about FDI. It's about small and medium enterprises owned by locals or residents in their home countries. So whatever we can do to improve that is going to be good for the local communities and good for the nationally owned businesses. And actually, do whatever you can. You will never be able to convince foreign direct investment to go to your country if the locals and if those who are owning businesses are not happy. You can create few free zones here and there, but that will not really make great deal of transformation as you wish. So I'm happy that Kenya is getting that tough competition from 126, I remember she said, now to 60 something. I remember I was in that same job a few years ago, got my country from 165 to the rank of 90 something. It's all about continuity of doing that and getting into the competition. And when you get closer to 60, you are up here with in the competition with the Singapore of the world, with Korea, with the Nordics and others. So I hope that Kenya and the other African countries can march on this kind of tough competition. Other thing that came up during the MDGs era, that we had this kind of interesting creation of CSR units. To answer your point on this philanthropy, CSRs. And I hope that I'm not offending anyone. If your CSR in your business is about public relations, government relations, making you to look good, please close down this unit. You don't need it in the era of SDGs. You need to make business a sustainable one, and CSR units now for the companies and the banks and the financial institutions which take SDGs and their countries and their home communities seriously. They transform them into sustainability units, reporting directly to the board or the CEO with a clear mandate of redrafting the strategy of the company to be in full compliance with the SDGs. As we saw from the B20 principles on what they call Society 5.0, the good work by many of the trade unions and the chambers, including Keido-Ren of Japan, that managed really to translate these SDGs into business ideas. Then I think you can do what you can in the private sector, but there are two important pillars. One, you do that in partnership with government. You cannot really avoid government. So as far as you can really have a good communication with the government, influence the policy-making way. Again, the issue of bringing your long laundry list to the government could be not really much warranted, but it's unavoidable that you have to do it. But perhaps by bringing solutions with that and best practices and willingness to provide some sort of technical assistance. I think the finance for development framework, especially in the integrated financial strategies at the national level, can provide many solutions, because you cannot really have the private sector go in one direction, government is doing another thing with its own budget process. And then the third, which is much more important than governments and private sector, is the missing pillar, or the third pillar, as Professor Raghurajan in a recent book called it. It's basically the society, that we have been debating about markets versus state, public sector versus private sector, while the whole thing happened at the end of the day in partnership and with acceptance and involvement with communities and society. And that's why we need really to take matters related to localization very seriously. I'm very pleased, and I'm again honored to have not just one former board member, but Madame Moorhead as well was there as a very distinguished board member. And I was mentioning how lucky we were with the ladies on our board with Ambassador Lisa earlier from Canada, that you will be happy that your World Bank, not just you, everybody here owns a share of the World Bank Group. Now, we had a capital increase based on 3 conditions. All of these conditions are very much compatible and aligned with what you are talking about here. That this capital increase was conditioned upon doing more for and with women in the business sector, doing more in fragile and post-conflict countries and more in low-income countries, and third is to do more with the private sector. These are the 3 conditions upon which we had the unprecedented capital increase. You asked me about partnerships, or asked us?
I did, but we have about a minute.
Okay, in a minute I can give you 3 quick examples. One, yeah, if you can count the seconds in the old ways. So the first one is IDA, which is the biggest partnership on earth. And IDA is basically finance for development in action, with $75 billion, with a focus on the least developed countries. The second example could be in the technical assistance and participation in public-private partnerships. I mentioned the challenges in Africa, but there is a great deal of good examples from Africa. The best manual that you can really see on public-private partnerships is not coming from an OECD country, with all due respect, but it's coming from South Africa. The best example of technical assistance building up is now in Kenya through their own empowerment of government to do a better deal with the private sector. And the biggest 2 solar plants on earth today are in Morocco and in Egypt based on public-private partnership. Yeah. And Bangladesh has the last example from my side, because that is a very big deal. If you're still doing as Bangladesh did in the old days, using paper in order to deal with the private sector and the registration, now they have utilized the digital solutions and the digital revolution in order to make access to information and enhance transparency and governance better by digitalizing the whole system of Bangladesh. Real examples. We're happy in the World Bank that we have been very much part of this kind of good effort, but we definitely need more in order to achieve the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud, and thank you, Mamadou, as well. I'm sorry, I'm going to move on.
Sorry, I just have a small question.
Yeah, with that, 1 minute,
to
right?
my, yes, 1 minute to,
if it's a question,
to my friend Mohammed. I have followed his input, but I'm delighted to ask him the question, what exactly the World Bank is going to do in such a way that its investment or support follows also the human and trade union rights issues.
Issues, of course. And we will hold that question, Mahmoud, for you when we come back, because I really would like to hear our next 2 speakers have their conversation. So you can be thinking about that. Think about that one, and we'll come back to that one. But also, I think there were some very good points brought out about CSR is gone. You know, it is about purpose-led companies. It is about the 4th sector, which we don't have time to talk about now, but I know those conversations are going on. It is about the small enterprise that, and I work with a lot of young social entrepreneurs who are interested in their social impact, environmental impact. So this new growth of purpose-led companies. So let's move to our next Nancy and Olga. They're going to delve into innovative models and the importance of local country ownership. So really to talk to us and discuss with each other about concrete implementation and scaling up of private sector engagement and looking at that local country ownership. What are some very innovative models that you are both engaged in? So over to Olga, I think, to start. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and a real honor. So my name is Olga. I sit on the Humanitarian and Development team at MasterCard that focuses on digital access and digital inclusion for the most marginalized communities all over the world. To the previous discussion, we are not a philanthropy unit. We're not a CSR unit. We are a double bottom line business focused on societal impact, inclusion, as well as long-term commercial sustainability. Now, the way that we develop our solutions and the way that we deliver them is all through partnerships. We form partnerships with governments, social sector, NGOs, UN agencies, as well as other private sector businesses. And today I wanted to talk about one example, which is the Smart Communities Coalition. We started this coalition about 2 years ago. It's co-chaired by MasterCard and USAID. And it focuses on bringing together multi-party partnerships to address really local contextual needs. Today we're focusing on refugee camps in Kenya and Uganda, and we have over 35 members from public, private, and social sector engaged. It's really a new way of working. It's a way to co-design and co-implement programs by companies, NGOs, governments, and UN agencies with a really hyper-local focus. So how did we get started? We wanted to design a really fit-for-purpose solution to support refugees in 5 camps in Kenya and Uganda. But we really wanted to be clear that we weren't a hammer looking for a nail. We weren't a solution looking for a problem. We wanted to really understand what was happening on the ground, what were the challenges, and then co-create solutions around them. So we spent a long time doing local in-depth research, consultation with local stakeholders, design workshops in country to really unpack what was happening, what was the challenge, what were the gaps. And we identified 3 areas, 3 major challenges that were really cross-cutting and not well addressed by the current humanitarian system. And those were lack of access to energy, lack of connectivity, and lack of digital tools. We then, after that research was done and after those local consultations were done, we then went out to source in partners from all sectors, business, government, NGOs, UN agencies, to address those needs. And we were very clear that each partner had to have an asset that they wanted to bring to the table and had to have a willingness to find a new model of working, not just them bringing their asset and dropping it and letting go, but actually saying, okay, can we build multi-party partnerships to address one of those 3 problems? We built the coalition that divided into working groups, and each working group attacked a particular challenge within access to energy, connectivity, or digital tools. Now, our first pilot is launching in Kakuma. It's called Digital Agents for Energy. The aim is to strengthen local businesses and entrepreneurs in order to allow them to act as last-mile distribution points for clean energy products in Kakuma. In doing that, we're creating jobs for local youth to go out and sell solar panels to residents in the camps. Now, this particular partnership is between the Norwegian Refugee Council, International Trade Center, Total, BioLite, MasterCard, and others. Total provides the solar panels, MasterCard provides the digital tools that connects entrepreneurs to the supply chain, and NRC does the entrepreneurship training for the youth that want to be engaged and want to be entrepreneurs. In the end, what we have and the impact we want to drive is that local youth have jobs and are empowered to sell and service products, and refugees and host communities have access to clean, sustainable, affordable energy. Now, I want to talk about a few lessons learned because this was a long process in the making and it wasn't easy. One is the challenges that we're all trying to solve together, and everybody is trying to solve this, not just humanitarians, not just civil society, not just the UN, not just governments, but also business wants to see the SDGs achieved. But the goals and the challenges that we're trying to achieve are just too big to do it alone. And in fact, they're often too big just to do in a bilateral way. A simple public-private partnership is not going to cut it anymore. So really, we found one of the big success factors is a multilateral partnership that brings in many different actors. But of course, that takes time, that takes patience, and it takes a lot of trust. The other big lesson we've learned is that we want every actor to be very clear on what their role is and what their asset is that they're bringing to the table. And to also not expect each entity to do what they don't do best. In the private sector, we call it a competitive advantage. What are you best at? So in the case of the Digital Agents for Energy pilot, NRC is the best at delivering entrepreneurship training for local youth. Don't ask MasterCard to do that. We don't know how to, and we're not good at it, and we're not going to be successful. Likewise, MasterCard is the best at providing digital technologies that enable transactions. Don't ask an NGO or a government to try to develop a brand new technology that hasn't been built. Bring in those that are best at that. So really looking around the table and saying who is the best at providing the particular asset that we need, how do we bring them in, and how do we really clarify their roles and responsibilities? And then the last piece that I would say is a lesson learned along the way is that we have to be hyper-local. We have to really take a bottoms-up approach with every partnership, with every engagement. We really have to start on the ground, understand the needs in country, and then design solutions around that, rather than vice versa, which I think to date has been the norm, and that piece really needs to innovate and change. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you. Yeah. Several things stood out for me. Certainly your comment about bringing everyone together, and everyone had to express a willingness to find a new model of working. And I really think that says a lot. And that's about our mind shift. That's about changing behavior. And also the time, the patience, the trust. And am I correct in saying that you have set the SCC up as almost like a social enterprise within MasterCard, the company?
That's right. Our whole team is a social enterprise.
Okay. So another interesting, innovative business model. Nancy, Peru has been doing some fascinating work in this area, so we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here. I will speak in Spanish. Bueno, no quería empezar antes de mi
Before I begin, I wanted to congratulate the Global Alliance and the Business Leader Caucus and the task force for this fantastic publication that has been presented today, which are these principles. And I will structure my intervention in 3 parts. I'm the only representative of my governments here. How we have continued to work on this public-private partnership. We call them multi-stakeholder alliances for development cooperation. I will not talk about a single project, but rather about the lessons learned and some of the basic requisites and conditions that we think are necessary for effective participation of the private sector. From the Peruvian Agency of Cooperation for the past 3 years, we've been promoted these multi-stakeholder alliances and partnerships. We were wondering, what is this multi-stakeholder partnership? What type of private companies we're referring to? What are those principles that should guide this involvement with the private sector? Because without a doubt, in Peru and many other Latin American countries, we have seen a transformation. We transitioned from a recipient, now we're a dual country. We act as both, and now we're working with the private sector. It's something new languages, new motivations, new projects, and so on. So the first work we did was to develop a conceptual framework to establish this public-private partnerships, defining the different stakeholders, what are the different stages or the cycles of a multi-stakeholder partnership. We also had launched some pilot programs. Some of my colleagues alluded to this. It is important to work locally, localize a multi-stakeholder partnership. Olga talked about and said how important that these alliances are established upwards from the bottom up. Otherwise, the sustainability of a project will be at risk. This multi-stakeholder partnership is not an end in itself, but it's the means to be able to achieve sustainable projects. So let's not conceive private partners as a funding agent, but rather to really conceive all their capacities. But they're also an important stakeholder and actor when it comes to articulating and localizing this work in the territory is crucial. And what we do in the Peruvian Agency for Development is identifying the private actors that work in certain areas. In that regard, we have established some features that I would like to share. Firstly, we need a common goal. Of course, we're talking about actors and stakeholders that have different interests, different capacities, but a multi-stakeholder project will not be fruitful unless we define a common goal. So we need a co-investment. Let's not think just about financial investment, but also technological transfer, capacity building, and so on. We need achieve this sustainability. And this has to be at the core of all multi-stakeholder projects, going beyond the number of actors that are involved. Another element I wanted to share, in the case of international cooperation, at least the case of Peru, we can see that the involvement of the private sector is relatively new. And in fact, in the results of our rounds of monitoring, we see a difference. We see a difference in the response from the public versus the private sector. We see different results. Some of the opinion of the trade union, sometimes the dialogue will not be satisfactory. So the opinions differ very much. Depending on the angle or the prism, we see difference of opinion in terms of how fruitful these public-private partnerships are concerned. We wanted to develop an institution of these partnerships. We need to establish frameworks, not only legislative frameworks, but also legislative ones. We approved a political initiative at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. One of the main axes is to promote these multi-stakeholder partnerships. Something else we've been working on is identifying some of these stakeholders. There's also an effort to develop and foster capacity building. All the cooperation agencies in different sectors, and even less so at a local level, are actually ready, are able to work with the private sector. We're not talking just about partnerships, but also a new way of doing things. And just to conclude, we've been promoting, among other projects, one that is related to sustainable management of water resources. Its main goal was to build these basins or reservoirs, micro reservoirs. And we chose this company not because of the financing. The company that participated at this project was a consulting firm, an engineering consulting firm, and their contribution was actually technical consulting. And they carried out the study for the building of this reservoir. They didn't finance the project. When it comes to sustainability, it's important to have the participation of the local government. The local government, in this case, actually provided more than 50% of the resources towards this project. And of course, you talked about the community. The community has to participate not only when it comes to accountability, they need to participate at the initial stage of the implementation and the design, because that is precisely where they feel like they own and they take ownership of this project, and they can measure the results and the sustainability. And finally, to conclude, I wanted to share some of the lessons learned from our Peruvian experience to promote these multi-stakeholder partnerships. Just some brief points. One, I already alluded to, how important these frameworks, whether it's a political, strategic, or legislative framework, to facilitate this work. We need to have develop management structures. We need to, for those who don't really know how we work in partnership, but they are interested and they could be guided through some of these management tools. It is also necessary to carry out financial risk assessments when we talk about projects that are linked to the productive sphere. And it's always important to have an added value of this partnership of each and every one of the stakeholders and the added value of the project in itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Thank you. You raised many, many points. And again, Peru is certainly doing some leading work in this area. But I think you also identified some gaps and then the role that government played. I mean, the gap in who's really the catalyst behind these collaborations. Olga, MasterCard played a catalytic role, the government of Peru. But there are gaps out there in how we can bring everyone together in different and more innovative business models and different ways. I know that there are members of the panel who would like to say more, but we are committed to engaging with all of you. And we have a timeline because we do have to be out of this room by 6 o'clock, but we have some time for questions. But before we do that, I would like to, in launching our broader discussion, I would like to call on the chair of the Development Assistance Committee of the OECD, Ms. Suzanne Moorhead, to share with us her reflections on the panel and the conversations, and certainly on the Kampala principles. Ms. Moorhead.
And I'm conscious that I'm one of the very few things standing between everybody and a glass of something cold, so I will be very brief. I mean, what I'm hearing from the panel is that it's an entirely false dichotomy to talk about the private or the public sector in the context of development effectiveness. And one of the reasons for that is that it is time for goal 8. And that is because the success we had in achieving the Millennium Development Goals means that those kids who are alive are now 20, and they need jobs. So I couldn't agree more that we need to shift our attention to those kids and their families and the future generation, and that needs jobs. And only the private sector can generate those jobs. I mean, I'm chair of the DAC. I will say in all honesty, we will never have $2.5 trillion a year of official development assistance. I'm sorry, but it's not going to happen. So those resources have got to be mobilized from the private sector. And actually listening to all of you, what I'm hearing is the private sector is not so different from the public sector. It does some things really well and other things really badly. And that is true of official development assistance as well. So it is something about finding the sweet spot, the competitive advantage of all these different players and learning from what works. Now, the Kampala principles are a start. I mean, they are aspirational, they're voluntary, they're relatively new, but they do have the potential to make sure that we don't repeat the same mistakes that we have done in other sectors. And I think they can be a rallying cry for good private sector engagement that does have business with double bottom line business objectives and does generate lots and lots of decent work, because that's what we need more than anything. DAC members are strongly committed to this agenda, and I give you my commitment that we will pursue the development of the Kampala principles and publish best practice where we find it. But we can only do so much. And it is up to partner governments to create the environment for private investors, starting with local businesses. And I entirely agree, foreign investors are attracted by successful local businesses. And the Ease of Doing Business Index, many have critics, but it is what people read. So that is really important. It is another global standard. And I'm actually extremely optimistic on the basis of this discussion, because I think there is huge potential for innovation. I think a lot of the mistakes that OECD countries made in the process of industrialization can be avoided. And I think if we get smarter and smarter about blending this very scarce, precious resource that is official development assistance with other forms of capital investment, then we really can change the world. And I hope kill that zombie of is it public or private investment once and for all, because it keeps coming back to life and it is a last century phenomenon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am thrilled. We are all thrilled that you are optimistic. We thank you for your support. And I think you've also brought out the human element of this, that we are all people in this and we care, and we know one group owns caring and the importance of moving forward and thinking differently. Julie's going to help us just grab 1 or 2 or 3 questions from all of you to our panel. Julie?
Great. So I'm going to make this as quick as possible. I see some hands and I will come to you. But first and foremost, we've emphasized the importance of young voices. Somebody on the panel, I think, also mentioned small and medium-sized enterprises. And I'd really love to see, do we have a young voice in the room? Do we have a young entrepreneur? Do we have an entrepreneur in the medium, small-sized space? Can I see a hand with a contribution or a thought? Is that a lady over there? Right, go ahead, please. Introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Paula Brandão from Brazil, and I'm a social entrepreneur from Baluarte Cultura, a small company in Brazil, and we work with social impact through culture. And I really would like to ask something about, I think we are passing through a really bad moment in our country. And I see here that we really have to have public and private sector together to achieve the SDG goals. And I am just thinking, how can we do this? As maybe our public sector, it's not really caring about the SDGs, in my view. So it's a big challenge for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that, Janet will put that to the panel. Do we have anybody representing indigenous communities who would like to speak? Do I see a hand? No. Okay, so there were some hands going up. Yes, I'll take the lady here in the green top. Is there a gentleman somewhere? Gentleman on the end? Thank you. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Lindsay Northover, United Kingdom. And I found this morning that I was most struck by what Professor Kim said, and that was the SDGs going backwards, especially equalities and climate change. We know that the MDGs halved poverty, but that was largely influenced by the fact that China's economy grew and that pulled people out of poverty. And that rather links up with what Susanna has just said about jobs. And I am looking, therefore, for evidence of a step change. If we're actually not progressing as we should do on the SDGs, but we've got some really significant ones going backwards, what are we doing in terms of a step change? And Mahmoud made that clear, chucking away the speech that had been written for him. Now, it's obviously absolutely excellent that we are all here from parliaments and from NGOs and so on, working multilaterally, not as nationalists, not as populists, trying to address this multilaterally. But I don't see the step change that Professor Kim, in her very quiet presentation this morning, surely demanded of us.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. The panel will address that. And I'll take the gentleman over there. Go ahead. Yes.
Well, thank you very much. I am Hamid Ansari from Afghanistan. The panelists actually, they brought very interesting discussions around the SDGs as well as private sector. Basically, Ms. Moria gave an example from the Mexico, which was very interesting and similar to the context of Afghanistan. I was involved in one of the projects, actually, which were supporting the Afghan farmers and also traders as a private sector after the collapse of the Taliban in 2001. And basically, you know, like the north of Afghanistan, I mean, Taliban burned all the vineyards and, of course, the farmers, I mean, the GDP of Afghanistan, 30% is dependent on agriculture, and 80% of Afghans are basically involved in the agriculture sector. How much lacks were there in terms of the capacity as well as in terms of the access to the fertilizer and so on. So we faced all those challenges, and it was very relevant example to Afghanistan. That's why I thought to share. But however, what I am seeing missing is also still in the government is the private sector engagement in SDGs. This is something that still it lacks. And maybe if you give some kind of more good examples from the other countries that how can we integrate that, it will help a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And the good news is that I do believe that somebody from UNDP is represented here from Afghanistan, and they're very interested in seeing how they play a role in connecting the private sector to actualizing the SDGs and much more. So I'll take a final comment, I believe, from the Deputy Minister from Canada. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks very much. So first of all, I want to go back to a little bit first principles, which is to congratulate the teams that worked on the Kampala principles. I think it's important for us to really underscore what a step change it is. It really is pioneering work that was done, and the way that it was done is extremely important. And all of the partners on the panel have given different examples of how they're being illustrated in practice. But listening to you, it struck me, I wanted to go back to the monitoring report. Because in the monitoring report, it talks about the quality of public-private dialogue, for instance. And in it, it really shows the difference of perceptions on public-private dialogue. And so if we're going to make success along the lines of the concrete examples that you've given, we're going to also have to come back to what's the data telling us here. The public sector seems much more optimistic about the nature of their dialogue with the private sector. The private sector is not as enthusiastic about the nature of these dialogues. So I'd love to hear from the panelists, how do we get that conversation, how do we change the nature of that conversation so that it's much more meaningful? This is particularly true if I look at the SMEs. Beverly flagged, for instance, the importance of SMEs and SME engagement. SMEs, if we look at the ITC tells us SMEs are the engine of growth for all of our countries. That's certainly the case in the Canadian context, for instance. But then we have Olga, who's done some amazing work at the multinational corporation level. They also need to be engaged. But if they're not finding, if neither SMEs nor multinationals are finding that the way that they're talking with the public sector is actually giving them some meaningful traction, we're not going to be able to take this forward. So I'd love to hear reflections from the panel on how do we change the nature of this dialogue, because the monitoring report is telling us that right now we don't have the nature of this dialogue quite right.
Right, so Janet, I hand back to you, and if I can summarize what I've heard in actually all of these questions, it's one common theme. There's an African proverb that says, when the music changes, so must the dance. And we have a disconnect, so how do we address that? And
how do we address that? And I think I said in my opening comments that this is a work in progress, and the optimism I think that we all have for shifting the dance and shifting the dialogue. So, Maria, I'm going to ask Mahmoud, you would like to answer one question. Maria, can you deal with our friend from Brazil? I mean, if the government does not care, what do we do?
Well, that certainly comes close to home. And it is very difficult. You know, sometimes governments, especially when they come from a more liberal, more social way, they tend to see all private sector caught with the same blade. And I do recognize that in the past there has been some companies that did not care about human beings. When Beverly mentioned, finished her speak, I said I agree with her, and I agree that the human being has to be on the center of every endeavor that we take on. And it is also recognized that having a decent job is what can lift a lot of people out of poverty, most people out of poverty, and that the private sector provides 90% of the jobs in developing countries. So it is essential to have the private sector in the middle of the conversation, and that's something that has been missing. We have not engaged in cooperation that can be more relevant and more impactful. And we do have a lot to bring to the table, not only as investor and innovative in sustainable agriculture production, if we want to feed 9 billion people for the year 2050. We also can bring to the table innovation and investment in low carbon resources to change the plastics for different materials that will allow us to throw the plastics away. I mean away in a good manner, and also to transform an inclusive green economy. But SMEs, as they mentioned, are extremely important because they are the ones that provide and employ and service the most vulnerable and unserved segments of the population. And they can play a pivotal role in promoting inclusive growth and helping to achieve the SDGs. But they have some constraints of their own.
Okay, I'm going to have to thank you.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to hold you there because we do have a closing speaker as well. But Mahmoud, what is the step change? We heard Alyssa talk about, thank you, the Kampala principles as the beginning of that step change.
Right.
1 minute, please, if you can. 1 to 2.
Can I have a few seconds just to answer the question of another endangered species?
Okay.
On this panel. We're getting in the minority here. Actually, we have the CEO, formidable lady Kristalina Georgieva, who is assuring us that there is always going to be one man in panels in the future. So it's good that we have that here. So in reaction to your tough question about how in the bank engagements we are protecting the rights of workers, I can tell you that we have guidelines and principles. Have procurement guidelines, we have the safeguards, focusing on environment, governance, and social aspects. We have the new principles of IFC based on the SDGs for engagement with the private sector at large, with matters related to rights of workers and the communities as well. But this is a very bureaucratic answer, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, you should say that. So it's all about the practice of these principles. And the same would go for the Kampala guidelines in the future. We have a great deal of principles and recommendations. We are today here because they have great, ambitious principles and guidelines coming from Addis, from Paris, and from New York on the SDGs, but to what extent they are applied, there is something else here. So that gets me into the practical answers here. On the case of the World Bank, if you have an issue of concern, and you should have that because we're close to $100 billion of operations in more than 170 countries, please let us know. We have 200 plus good board members of the bank. We have inspection panels and work with civil society organizations. If there is any issue of concern about the impact of our projects, please let us know. And there are going to be actions taken as it is happening in the cases of project impacts on people, and we have programs of that. On the two good comments from the UK and Canada about the changes and the dialogue, the best dialogue that you can have in a democracy or even otherwise is the budget. If the budget doesn't really reflect the priorities, it doesn't exist, whatever you have. So the private sector, the civil society, need to speak with the members of parliament, with the local communities, as we have seen in some good cases from the state of Haryana of India that has now a budget that is based on SDGs, to the good work of Medellin in Colombia that was a kind of a field for wars and gangs. Now it's one of the best cities when it comes to applying the rules of SDGs as reflected 2 days ago in the City Summit in Singapore. There is some good examples here and there, but until we get the data right and we have good answers for this revolution or data revolution, I'm afraid we'll keep mentioning some references from the east to the south until we get all of the data right. And we don't really have up-to-date information to confirm that we are on the right path. Outdated data is telling us, outdated I mean 2015 kind of data for poverty is telling us that we are not on track and we need to make the change, and the change has to be through acceleration, localization, and getting the budgets right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Olga, how do we get this conversation going? How is the private sector interested in the dialogue around the SDGs, interested in engaging with everyone? Is it a different language? How do we get it going? If you could just give us
the short answer is absolutely. We have a very deep commercial interest in the rise of incomes, the reduction of inequality, the reduction of poverty, the improvement of health, access to education, yes, we are interested. I can't emphasize that more. Nancy, I think you said it perfectly, though. It's common goal, different interests. So we all have a common goal in seeing the SDGs achieved, but we also have different interests, and we need to acknowledge that. So companies are interested in the SDGs because it leads to more customers, it leads to more employees, and it leads to better business. If you deny the fact that companies are long-term interested in profit, we're going to have a very hard time in having a dialogue. And I think sort of the way to really move this forward is really to take the point you've given, Nancy, of saying recognize there's different interests for a company than a civil society actor, than a government. But we all have a common goal of raising the bar for humans and of improving lives all over the world. So yes, we're interested. Start the dialogue by recognizing that the private sector is a different entity. If you're asking us to just fund things, that's philanthropy, and to the earlier discussion, that's not scalable. That's not going to be the ultimate role that private sector can play. So I would love, in those conversations, for folks to come with ideas on how can you better leverage technology? What can MasterCard do from the assets that we have, our technologies, our employees, our global presence, our expertise in a number of topics? Where can we lend those to the SDGs? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Olga. And we are going to move to conclude the session, and I know each and every one of you have so much more to say, and we will carry that dialogue and that conversation on. Can we have a wonderful round of applause for our speakers and our panel? Thank you. And to conclude this session, I am delighted to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Norbert Bartel, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development in Germany. We are very grateful to Germany for its support and advocacy of the Kampala principles. Your Excellency.
So, thank you, Janet. Ms. Moorhead, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all start by thanking you all for this fantastic and important input you gave us. I think it was a really interesting and fantastic discussion on the podium and with the auditor else. So I think today's discussion has shown once more that cooperation with the private sector is vital to the achievement of the Global Development Goals. And the GPEDC has done a lot to mainstream the effectiveness principles in our cooperation with the private sector. Through case studies and surveys, it has created a sound basis of data which was urgently needed. And through dialogue meetings, it has successfully engaged the different stakeholders that work on this topic and fostered an intensive exchange. I want to thank the members of the Working Group on Private Sector Engagement for their committed work. I also want to thank the Joint Support Team for its ongoing support. And together, we have achieved a lot. We have been effective in the best sense of the word. Above all, we launched the Business Leaders Caucus in 2018. The establishment of this high-ranking business advisory board has enabled us to engage in a direct exchange with the private sector. And the work of the caucus has shown us two things. First, the multi-stakeholder approach is the right way forward if it is implemented consistently. With the GPEDC and the caucus, we have shown that true progress on the effectiveness debate can only be made if all relevant stakeholders are on board and if stakeholders engage in a dialogue between equals. We have brought together the private sector, but also civil society, members of parliament, development banks, and foundations. We have made a point of having a broad exchange. Even if this road has not always been easy and free from conflict, it leads to success, as today's event has shown. And second, it is of course important to bring many stakeholders together, but it is also vital to use existing expertise and individual experience for the way forward. We did exactly that when we drafted the Kampala Principles. Without the knowledge, experience, and input of the various members of the group, the principles could not have become what they are. And they are a milestone in the effectiveness process. Cooperation with the private sector will remain a focus of the global partnership after this senior level meeting. A lot has been achieved, but a lot remains to be done too. So let me close our meeting with a call to action. Cooperation with the private sector is vital to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Moving from billions to trillions and meeting our ambitious goals will not be possible without the private sector. In my view, three aspects are key in the future process, and they require the involvement of all stakeholders. The Kampala Principles provide us with the first ever set of principles for involving the private sector in the global effectiveness agenda. Now we have to translate this into practical action. What are the tasks of the respective groups of stakeholders in implementing the Kampala Principles? How can we make sure that respective stakeholders will accept the principles and consider them important? Germany will do its job. Together with the OECD, we will work hard to encourage DAC countries to apply the principles. And second, international processes and conferences like today's are important for mobilizing political support and bringing all stakeholder groups on board. But implementation does not happen in meeting rooms in New York. Implementation happens on the ground in our partner countries. That is why we need to continue the dialogue in selected countries and at the global level. What was started in Bangladesh, Egypt, Uganda, and El Salvador has the potential of transforming the dialogue between governments, the private sector, donors, and civil society. I would like to invite the representatives of the pilot countries to share their experience and to continue their efforts. And I want to call on all other partner countries to follow their example. And third, our partnership with leading representatives of the private sector, but also other stakeholders, such as unions, has been a great success. We have to continue this prominent role of the Business Leaders Caucus, but we also have to start new partnerships in order to put the approach on a broader basis, for example, with the ILO, the UN Global Compact, and the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a co-chair, Germany has benefited tremendously from the experience gained in the GPEDC. We became even more aware of the value of multi-sector and multi-stakeholder partnerships. And I would like to invite you all to continue the exchange and bring the Kampala Principles to all stakeholders worldwide, because global development can only be achieved through a joint effort and through friendship, and therefore we meet together at the evening reception. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Your Excellency, for that inspiration and eloquent words. And as we close and move to the reception, I will say that what has inspired me, what really stands out for me in the talk about a common goal and a shared vision is it's not about your partners understanding you. It's about you taking the time to truly understand them. Thank you, and over to Julie.
Thank you so much. A warm round of applause for Janet and the panel. For His Excellency Bartel, and I believe that you came in on a flight to make sure, just today, to make sure you attended this session. Please, let's give him a round of applause. That's commitment. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful summer's day in New York. And from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., we've had a full house. Please give yourselves a round of applause. That, again, is commitment. Thank you for that. Tomorrow we continue with a look at actions, way forward, practical steps. Please be here for a start at 10 a.m. prompt, but we will be serving coffee and bitings from 9 a.m., so please do come in. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you so much for an incredible day. Asante Nisana. Thank you.